Hola everyone, I'm Trishna, an Android developer and a member at GDG Jalandhar. I hope you are doing well and staying safe. How are you feeling today? Let me know in the comments. Meanwhile, I invite my co-host Shivaram. Hi Shivaram.
Hi Trishna, thank you. Hello everyone, I am Shivram. I am a front-end developer and a member at GDG Jalandhar. I welcome you all to the Punjab's biggest technical event, DevMela, where it has packed with lots of learning, sharing knowledge, and celebrating together this festive season virtually with amazing people.
We have two-day event packed with various flavors of technologies. For the first time, all the DAC chapters of Punjab, along with GDG Jalandhar, collaborated for the mega event DevMela. I'm glad to make this happen because of our leaders, team members, and even if we had many challenges, this wouldn't have been possible without them.
Do you know, communities like DSC and GDG help people to learn technologies. Developer Student Club and Google Developers Group have many chapters around the globe, and they provide a lot of opportunities to students as well as budding developers to learn the latest technologies and help developers to showcase their work and talent. They encourage people to learn and make their learning easier by providing many resources, conducting monthly workshops and monthly meetups. We have many people in the community who are not aware of technologies in their first year of graduation and became professionals and experts by learning and sharing their knowledge with the community. Thus, this is the best platform that community gives to every budding developer.
That's so inspiring. We should never stop learning. I hope this two-day event, Dev Mela, will help you to learn something new. Moving ahead, to make this event uninterrupted, there are some code of conduct to follow. Be nice, respectful, and constructive while interacting on the YouTube chat or social media. Do not promote or advertise anything. Do not post anything if there are adult content, rude, or offensive statements. Do not spam. Harassment of any kind is not tolerated in this event, and failing to this code, you will be blocked from interacting on the chat. Report to devmela2020 at gmail.com if you find or see anything inappropriate. Moving ahead, we are packed with amazing sessions followed by panel discussions by our community leads across Punjab. Feel free to tweet and let your friends know that you are doing something productive this festive season. And get your taste buds ready.
On the day one agenda, we had a wide range of sessions, and Devmela is not only packed with sessions, but also fun activities and giveaways. Also, we have gaming night after 8 p.m. on the Discord server. So don't miss the fun. Do join our Discord channel as well. There is no live Q&A session. You may ask your questions on YouTube Live or Discord server. You can use hashtag AskDevMela to ask your questions to our speakers. Are you ready? Let's set and begin. I would like to introduce our keynote speaker, Mr. Siddhant from Google. He is a program coordinator at Google and he takes care of the Developer Student Clubs program in India. He also leads strategic and execution efforts behind the Build for Digital India initiative. It was launched in partnership between Google and the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, Government of India. It's my pleasure to invite our keynote speaker, Mr. Siddhant, to DevMela. Over to you, Siddhant.
Thank you. Thanks so much, Trishna and Shivram. Thank you so much. Hello, everyone. How all you're doing? Um, I'm super excited for DevMela. The the background music, the initial starting music was like super amazing. It was like really really great, and I'm like filled with energy and talk to you about cruising on the AI wave. That's gonna I'm gonna talk today about. Before that, a quick introduction about myself. I believe folks have already done that part. Just to reiterate, I lead the Developer Student Clubs program in India, as part of developer relations team at Google in India. We have a bunch of more programs like GDG, Google Developer Groups, which we all are part of. DevMela, organized by GDG Jalandhar. We have GDG Cloud. We have Women Tech Makers program. We have Google Developer Experts program. In fact, GDE program is something that I was taking care of until last month, I believe. For like almost close to 2 years, I've been taking care of that program. Also, I've been taking care of TensorFlow user groups, and recently handed over to someone else in my team. So yeah, that's an introduction about myself. I've been a design thinker. I always help startups scale in UX, and have been I've been recently nominated as ACN's distinguished speaker among 200 other speakers across the globe. So, with this introduction, I'll just quickly move on, but allow me to take a moment and talk about the current COVID-19 pandemic. Uh, these are the tough times. We have gone through various phases of this lockdown, tough times with COVID-19. We are all staying at home. I would have loved to be interacting with you in person, but unfortunately, that's the harsh reality that we have to accept it now, and we are over here talking to you virtually. But it gives me real encouragement, and I feel so proud that I could connect with more and more individuals, which otherwise would have had been possible. So, but yeah, the pandemic has caused extreme amount of pain and suffering across the globe. So my urge is to stay safe, stay healthy, and stay indoors. There's a long battle going outside over there. This too shall pass, but we have to keep ourselves safe always, our loved ones safe always. So I urge everyone, if it's not necessary, don't step out of your home. Stay indoors as much as possible. And let's get your taste buds ready for DevMela. Okay, so talking about the cruising on the AI wave, when I say this term, the first thing that might come to your mind is that okay, AI is buzzing technology, so let's dive into the ocean, right? Yes, I think so. So how to do that? You need a cruise, so get your own cruise. I got a cruise for myself, just to dive into the AI ocean. I'm just kidding. So this is this mini cruise that I have back at my desk at the office. Unfortunately, I couldn't get hold of any of those stuff. The photo is still there with me. I really love my desk, the way there are some toys over there. So that this is one of those toys that I got from one of my visit to Goa. So yeah, get your own cruise. But coming back to the topic, AI. AI, artificial intelligence is everywhere. It's fueling a multi-million, billion-dollar industry. In fact, not million-dollar. In fact, so and radically changing how businesses operate and how people work and play. It's both the ways. It's how the businesses operate and how people work and play with artificial intelligence. From driverless cars, Waymo, which is self-driving car, to trucks, to delivery drones, from kiosks to chatbots, the impact of AI continues to grow. We've seen in the street view technology, like you can now just pinpoint camera and you can see various indicators, like there's a street number, there's a sign and stuff. That's available in Google Maps, the street view technology. It's more advanced now. Google Assistant, it can do home automations. You can just, with the power of your voice commands, you can just turn on things, you can switch off electronic equipments, you can lock the doors and stuff like that. There's Google Photos, that's very powerful. I use Google Photos a lot. Whenever I need to search photo for someone, like a particular person, I just like have to tap on the one image, and it brings in all the photos that are there stored. I really love this photo recognition, the face recognition service of Google Photos. That's there. Then there is Google Lens, which I'm sure you must be aware of. You're in a like totally foreign country. I'm talking about pre-COVID and post-COVID times, hopefully. When we get to travel and you're in a total foreign country or a foreign state, you don't know the language, you have to find your way out. Just pinpoint your camera to the billboards, to the menu and stuff, and then it gets like gives you a real time translation. Gmail, the most widely used email suite, uh, is getting smarter these days. You have the smarter reply. I really love this when Google introduced the smart reply feature. Um, I like over on my mobile. I'm like a heavy mobile user for Gmail, and I kind of find I used to find it difficult to like type the entire message, like something which can be like just in like given me like an auto response kind of a thing. So this really helped me, giving me an auto response, and I can just like smart reply quickly in Gmail. So all of these technologies, there's like bunch of them, all of bunch of them in the other products of Google, like your Chrome, your Drive, Assistant, Cardboard, Translate. Like almost all of the Google products have machine learning and AI inbuilt, which is helping our consumers experience. Not only that, and it's not just limited to the technology sector. Like traditional industries such as banking and finance, law, medicine, training and education, and even government and non-profits are feeling increased pressure to adopt artificial intelligence. And globally, the use of AI in organizations is almost quadrupled, not doubled or not tripled, it's quadrupled in the past 4 years. The economic benefits from AI over the next 12 years are expected to reach $13 trillion. That's the industry we are talking about over here. These are some of the breakthroughs that happened in various industries in 2012 till now. Consumer, healthcare, finance, retail, government, energy, transport, industrial, others. So all of these industries, we feel like okay, there might not be an application of AI, but yes, definitely there's an application of AI in each of these industry verticals. These are traditional industry verticals, like something not technology oriented first, technology first. In fact, and AI is unleashing like endless possibilities. Let's talk about more. So in healthcare, we have discovered that looking at scans of the human eye, machine learning can assess a person's risk of a heart attack or stroke. Like just from the scan of the eye, you can find the risk of a heart attack or a stroke. And this was not known before. So just imagine if the screening can be done on a mobile device. You can bring this to rural population of India. How profound the effect is going to be. Suddenly the whole world has access to easy, rapid, affordable, and non-invasive screening of heart diseases that's saving many lives. That's what AI is helping out. When I talk about floods, this is something that shouldn't like it's not uh, like for 20 years Google search has provided people with information they need, and in times of crisis access to timely actionable information is often crucial. Like we all know this. And the time of floods, it's kind of a crisis. We all just like run through, we just get panicked, we don't know what to do. And to give us like real time updates or give a forecasting of floods on a real time and more quickly, accurately, like just like a pop-up notification that we get on our phones. That's what Google did. So to help improve awareness of impending floods, we are using AI and significant computational power to create better forecasting models that predict when and where floods will occur, and incorporating that same information into Google public alerts. So think of it like you get a first-hand information. I'm not saying like we should we should always think about floods, but yeah, it's a crisis, it's a natural calamity. We need to be prepared ourselves. So getting a first-hand information is really good. So these are two images that depict the flood simulation of a river in Hyderabad in India. The left side image basically uses the publicly available data, while the right side image uses the Google data and technology. So our model contains like higher resolution, as you can see, accuracy, and up-to-date information. So talking about something about astronomy, like finding planets and stars. So hunting for new planets in our universe is no easy task. We all know this. It takes ages and years to like find out a new planet. These planets are like really small. These are cold and dark objects compared to their host star. And recently, researchers and astrophysicists have analyzed large amounts of data from the Kepler mission, and by using machine learning, they were actually discovered, like recently discovered, a new planet called Kepler 90I. Not too recent; it's been some time, but yeah, making it the first planet solar system planet solar system that we know other than our own. So we have our own planet, like solar system, but this is something that they have discovered something else, like, and just with the power of AI. But with great power comes great responsibility. That's what I always say. Like, you always have like great power, you have some good tools who have that power to do really good things, but you have a bigger responsibility in your hand. You must be wondering what I'm really talking about over here. This is all crap. AI can do wonders and stuff. But yet, as powerful as it is today, there are major limitations that are holding back the realization of AI's true potential. Let me give you an example. So, current commercial AI technology falls squarely in the narrow AI category. So, we call it this narrow AI. That is basically like highly specialized systems that are very good at specific or well defined tasks and nothing else. So, even autonomous vehicles, as impressive as they are, utilize a component or composite of like narrow AI systems. For example, if you take the software from a self-driving car and put it in this golf cart, uh, it would be useless without reprogramming. So you have to like reprogram. You can't like directly use a self-driving car software and just put it into the golf cart. By contrast, any human who had learned to drive a car could get into a golf cart. Like, I know driving, I can just get into a golf cart and start driving for the first time and have no problem in navigating the fairways. This is of course because like humans are very good at abstraction. We can easily generalize solutions and apply them to similar but different problems. So this is where AI lacks. But if you feel that, hey, I can just, although you can do it, you can just put in your self-driving car software to a golf cart. You can make it self-driving. And in fact, this image is of a self-driving golf cart by a startup. But they have to like reprogram. You can't just put it directly over there. It's kind of a composite of narrow AI, which is a highly specialized system. um, Another limitation of today's AI is its dependence on huge training data sets. Like, we all know this, that AI is kind of dependent on huge data sets. A typical machine learning algorithm for recognizing cats, like those who of you who are into machine learning and AI, they know like for writing even a problem of data, like recognizing cat images from different images, you have to give it like tens and thousands of images of cat pictures before it reaches an acceptable level of accuracy. Something even a 3-year-old child can achieve after seeing like only a few examples. Like, you teach a kid, okay, these are the few images of a cat, and next cat can easily recognize. But to overcome these and other limitations and reach its true potential, artificial intelligence must become more human like in several aspects. And that's where I say, like, you need to be cautious about how you are programming your tools and technologies. As we have seen from previous fads, jumping on the bandwagon just because something is a hot topic can be unproductive. So good news is that with the right approach, yeah, people who are working in AI and machine learning domain, the AI systems can play to their strengths and offset each other's weaknesses. As AI and machine learning become more pervasive, so do the task, so do the risk. In fact, like, from like, if I talk about from the C-suite people, like CXOs or CEOs, to individual machine learning engineers, people are aware of the potential benefits that automation brings, but they also have serious concerns. Like, what vulnerabilities does AI create? If you're thinking about them, so how can you be sure that the computers are making the right decisions, especially when conditions suddenly change? So you need to be sure that your computers are making the right decisions. Situations are continuously changing. And perhaps most importantly, what happens to the morale of the workforce, the people who are working, as they see that their peers in the organization slowly being replaced by the automation. So you need to, like, if you are a startup company, if you have a startup, you need to be cautious that the morale of your workforce should not go down just because you have automated something. And it doesn't have to be like human versus machine proposition always. Technology, especially social media, greatly amplifies the consequences of even seemingly minor decisions. But when done correctly, our new combined human and automated workforce can reduce such risk, overcome the fear of machine learning, machine intelligence, and discover ways to use the breakthrough technology to your advantage. So you must be wondering, like, what if I try it and it isn't working? So don't worry, like all is not lost. So good news is that, like, about AI, it's not about like all or nothing proposition. Machine learning, machine intelligence plus human intelligence together is far better than either one alone. So you need to take the right measurements, make adjustments along the way in order to find the right mix of AI and human capital. Um, I would have loved to talk more about like how to do that, but I will park it for a while. In fact, like I will not discuss in this talk. We can have a separate conversation around this. But yeah, the right mix of AI and human capital is something that I would really emphasize on. Build solutions for social good. Build solutions using AI for Sustainable Development Goals. These are 17 SDGs led by United Nations. And I urge everyone, think about picking one of these goals. Uh, Figure out like where AI can play a role. Come up with a problem statement. Try to solve this. Use AI to solve problems of next billion users. So we were riding on the high waves of AI, uh, but you have to come to the shore. And hopefully, if we have the right balance of artificial intelligence and human intelligence, I'm sure we all will land up to the shore safely. Uh, with this, thank you so much for joining in for this talk. Just wanted to keep it a bit small. Uh, yeah, that's it from my side. Thank you. I would request the host to come back.
Thank you, Siddhant. That was really an insightful session of AI. Feeling excited? Let me know in the comments. You see a lot of information on the internet. Ever wondered how, in a fraction of seconds, it shows you the information? It's all about the web. Want to know how web works? Our speaker, Ashwini, who is a tech enthusiast and a member at GDG Jalandhar, will talk about it. Over to you, Ashwini.
Hello everyone. Hope you all are doing great. I'm Ashwani from JDG Jalandhar. I'm a web enthusiast as well as working on the cybersecurity field. Here in this session, I'm going to talk about how web is working. So actually, in this session, I will be talking about web and its entire background process of working. So if you have any question during the session, you can reach me on Twitter or DevMela Discord. So let's begin with web. So what is web? So web is information system that actually have a lot of websites, web pages, and documents and pictures and many things. So when I'm talking about the web, please don't get confused the web as the internet. Internet is the whole infrastructure where the web is the top and the major part of that. But on the whole, we can't refer the both as one. We might have heard like the internet is something, maybe the imaginary thing, or maybe something like we are accessing through the wireless media. But in actual picture, the internet is all about the submarine cables, which are connected between the continents through the optical fibers. So commonly we refer these cables as the submarine cables, and this is the like important. This is the important thing that is helping us in running the whole internet. So coming back to the web, so proceeding further with the working of the web, I would like to explain some terminologies like the website, web browser, and web server. So first thing, the website. Website is a set of relatable web pages or the collection of the web pages that can be hosted by a single person or maybe the single organization under a single domain. And these website can be built and developed with the languages like HTML, CSS, JavaScript. And if you want to make your website more effective and the responsive one, you can even use the backend languages like PHP, SQL, and more. So now suppose that your friend has made some website, and you have to access that website. Now what you will need? You will need a software program that is actually called as the web browser, and that will help you to locate, access, and display the web pages over your device. And now the question is like where these websites and where are coming from, like where these websites are gonna stored. So the answer is web server. Web server is the place where these websites are gonna stored, and this is which is actually generating the code of the website and displaying to the client. So we will be talking about web server in detail in the upcoming slides. For now, let's focus on this communication that is going on between the browser and the server. So if you want to open a website on your device, see, you actually enter some kind of details, maybe the URL or some words that actually become the request and goes to the server. Server is the computer that a supercomputer that is directly connected to the internet, and which actually stores the websites and the web pages. And not only the web pages, but many more documents which is related to it. And why not my computer is referred as the server? Because my computer is not directly connected to internet. It is connected through the ISP, that is internet service provider. So when server is getting the request, it actually acknowledge that request and respond that in the form of data plus status code. Then we have the status code that actually help us to know whether the response has been done successfully or not. We have the 20x. X is nothing but a number. So 20x explains whether the response has been done successfully, and 30x actually says the website is under redirection. 40x explains there is some kind of issues at the browser side, and 50x explains there is some kind of issues at the server side. So this whole as a whole, this is becoming a system, and we refer this as the client server system, right? And you have seen that there is some kind of communication going on, right? So there is some kind of communication going on, and for every communication we need rules and regulation. Like in the like I'm communicating to you, and I have set the rule that I will speak in English and I will present my screen. So this is the set of rule that I have already set, and that's why I am communicating with you. So there must be some rules and regulations for the devices, for the communication between the devices also, and that is actually referred as the IP. So IP is Internet Protocol. That is the set of rules that helps you to transfer the data from source to destination. And when this message is sent over the internet, the computer breaks that info into the smaller pieces that is known as the packets. Now the question is, what is this source and destination? Like, if I am sending my request to server, like how this server is identifying me, and how that server is correctly responding me back, right? So for that we have IP address. Like this is similar. Like if I am sending the letter to my friend, And what I will be needing, I need the home address that actually contains the house number, locality name, city name, and the country name. Similarly, in the IP address, that is 32 bit longer. Like each number represents it is of 38 bits, and we have four number in total. And 8 into 4 that becomes the 32. So IPv4 actually is divided into the four part, and the very first part represents the country network, second part represents the regional network, third following up with the sub network, and at last it is then there we have zone network, or we have the devices. So because of this hierarchical division of the IP addresses, where the whole internet is working, and we can see the billions of and the millions of the IP address can work together at a particular time, right? Now, if I want you to remember this IP address and then communicate over the internet, so is it possible for you guys to remember the IP address instead of typing the website name? You have to type the IP address. You will say, no, I'm not having that much of memory to remember the IP address of a website. So for that, we have domain name system. Like domain name is your website name, and domain name system helps you to translate that domain name into the IP and vice versa, so that it can become computer friendly as well as the human friendly. Like the human can read the website name easily and remember the website name easily, and the computer can go for the IP, right? And following up, let's see like how this IP is working. When I'm making the request, suppose I am searching for the example.com. Example.com must be having some IP, and that will go to a server as the request. Server will save that request, and they will save the IP address of the client, and then it will respond back to that particular IP. Following up, seeing this all in one picture and summing up this into the one picture, we have like a user wants to see some website at the browser and at the browser. So we what he will do, he will actually enter the URL like the www.google.com, and then that will actually help that will actually goes as the request to the DNS server, and that DNS server will translate that domain into the IP. Then what is happening? That server, which is actually containing that websites, the code of the website will generate the code of website and will display that into the to the user at his browser. So this was all about the working of the website. I hope this is really insightful for you guys, and you have learned a lot about this. And now you can develop the websites better and in the secure way. So if you have any question, you can reach me out on the Twitter again. And yes, this was all from my side. Thank you and have a nice day.
Thank you, Ashwani. It was very insightful session and I got to know a lot about web and how it works. I hope audience also had an amazing session about how web works. Most of the times, we love the app if the UI is attractive and if it performs really quick. That is the reason Flutter is introduced by Google. I invite Yashank. He's a lead at DSC Chitkara University. He will talk about Flutter now. Over to you, Yashank.
Hey everyone, how you all doing? So I'm Yashank, DSC lead from Chitkara University, going to talk about Flutter with you all. So let's start. So first of all, I'll just like to ask you everyone, तो कैसे हैं आप लोग? So how are you all doing? You can just let me know in the comment section. I'll be checking that as well. So first of all, let's talk about why Flutter. Or sorry, let's go ahead with what is Flutter. So anyone who is like who know what actually Flutter is, you can just comment it down so that I can know who knows about Flutter or not. Okay, so let me just tell you guys what Flutter is. Okay, so anyone here who is like fan of CID and can just go daya pata lagao. Okay, so I'll just go ahead. So basically, Flutter is like open source mobile SDK that is by Google, obviously, as told by our host as well. So this is to make like a really cool UI and a native looking Android and iOS application. The best thing if you are looking for a cross-platform thing. So this is like Flutter is basically for you. So what you have to do, you have to just code once, and you can actually use that code for Android, iOS, and now even you can use it for web as well. So I guess this is really cool, right? So Flutter was like being developed back in 2015. Google introduced it, but it was officially launched in December 2018. So after that, Flutter is like a really big buzzword for everyone, and you must be hearing it about like a lot, right? So let's go ahead. Why Flutter? So can anyone can tell me why Flutter? Because we have a lot of options, right? We can go with native Java or Kotlin, and you can use Xcode, Swift, right? And you can go ahead with that. Then why, basically, why Flutter? So I'll just answer that question. So basically the three major features that basically I personally love is like fast development, right? Like everyone wants a fast development. So whenever you are trying to make your app, or if someone has done it in Android, and whenever you have to rebuild your app, you must be like so tired that I just changed the color and it took me like 5 minutes for it. So it's like totally annoying, right? I know that. So in that, if you have painted in your childhood times, so this is something similar to that in Flutter. So here you just have to you just paint a thing, and whenever you want to just reload it, there is a feature called Smart Hold Reload. What basically does, whatever you have changed, whatever you have painted in the last time, it will just change that. So that's like super awesome. And then we have expressive and flexible UI. So everyone's love UI. If you are a mobile developer, the main thing that matters, like the first most thing that matters, is expressive and flexible UI. And I personally love Material UI, right? So in this, we have a Material UI based kind of curriculum where you have flexible designs. Whatever you want to design, you can go ahead with that. There are a lot of third-party applications that you can use, and this is like the best thing whenever you want to express your feelings through a UI. So Flutter is for you guys. And after that, native. So a lot of technologies are there where you can create an Android app or iOS app, but with different technologies, right? But this is something gives you a real native look. So whenever you'll try to build an app on Flutter, no one can actually tell you if it was made on a Flutter or it was like a native thing. So this is like really cool, and I actually love it. So let's just talk more about Flutter, right? I guess you will be excited for that. Yeah. So like, let me just talk about the basic things about Flutter. So if you guys have any questions in between, you can just comment it down. I'll just take them after the session. So let's talk about Flutter here. So basically, in every thing in Flutter, like everything is a widget. So what do I mean by widget? So if there is any React people, they must know what widgets are, right? And basically this is from inspiration. This was taken from inspiration from React only. So they made this. So widget is basically a particular thing that defines particular action. So you just have to take care of that. And widgets are basically a column, or you can say, or a particular container or a thing that have their predefined structures. So you don't have to waste your time to just make a very basic thing now, and you just go ahead. So everything is a widget, and you just have to place those widget correctly and just modify it according to your need, and that's it. You are ready to go with your app, right? So let me just go ahead. So everything is a widget, I agree, but there are two kind of widget in Flutter. Yeah, you guys can see on the screen, there's a stateless widget and stateful widget. But basically that is, as I told you, like widget is something that you can, use that to create your app. But for stateless widget, you don't have any state associated with, so that if you hard coded something, that is there, that is definitely there. No one can change it until and unless you change it from the backend, from your code part. But state full widget is something that have state for, say, user authentication, login, sign up. So if something is there, if you are changing some data from state, right, from maybe Firebase or anything, then the widget shows something else. For example, I'll just let you know, guys. So if you are going in a Gmail, right, whenever you are signing up in Gmail, so there is a button where you have to click on login, and then you have to add all the ID, password, and then you go ahead. Now, whatever we see after that, it changes, right? Earlier, it was just a Gmail logo, and then something else is coming. The emails part is coming. Whenever you refresh it, email list is also refreshed, right? So that is a stateful widget where we have widget and that consists of state. So you can just basically say stateful widget is something, stateless widget with a state. So that doesn't make any sense, but yeah, that's something very important. Whenever you are working, you should know which widget do you want to use here. So these are the basic widgets we're going to talk about in this, and I guess this will be enough for you to just go ahead and have fun. So first of all, we have text. So basically text is something like we all are familiar. You just have to show anything on the screen, that's text for you. Then we have image. So image is something that is used by all of the developers because that makes your app really really pretty, right? And then we have scaffold. Scaffold is a really new thing for who haven't used Flutter yet, but definitely I'll talk about, and you guys gonna love scaffold because scaffold contain a lot of things that was like very difficult when you are going with Android with Kotlin or Java, right? Then we have app bar. So basically whenever you use MX Player or whenever you use any of the app, you see that there is an app bar written where the app name is there, or there are control panel. In WhatsApp as well, there is settings button and everything. So that is called app bar. And what Flutter did, they just coded it for you, so you don't have to worry for that. You just have to go ahead, use it, and that's like really really great thing. Then we have container. Container is something, I guess, that's like self-explanatory, right? You don't have to talk about it that much. And then we have row column. So if you are like a basic developer, you know row is what, row is what, column is. They are just a kind of similar thing, right? Then we have stack. So yeah, all the competitive guys here, high five to you. So yeah, stack is similar that you think that you are using in competitive programming. So in that same way, you have to stack things on each other, and we're going to talk about it. I'm going to show how you can use it, or what is the best practice to use it. Then we have icon buttons. So let's talk about WhatsApp only, right? You have that send option or button that have a icon send button, right? Or you have a profile picture button and all of that. So those contains icons, right? So for that we have icon button as well. So after that we have drawer. So I was working on Android with Java in the last year, and I figured it out. If I have to make a side drawer like Gmail, it's gonna take me years, at least for me, because I was like totally noob into Android and Java, and it took me like a lot of time. So but when I used it in Flutter, believe me guys, it was like really really great. So we're gonna talk about that as well. And after all of this, I have a special bonus widget for you, so that when you guys will be joining tomorrow's session for Flutter with Firebase, that will be like really really helpful for you guys. So let's go and let's jump into text. Okay, so here it is in the right. You can see I have written hello, how are you, right? So basically, as I told you, text is like just a run of text with a single style, right? So if you want to style it accordingly, you have a lot of properties like size, color, style, bold, italics, all of that you can just control with this text widget, or you can say a text class. So basically you guys can read that this is like a something where you have to use a string, integer, that whatever you want to print it on the screen, you can use text widget. That's really really simple. I don't think that's too complicated. If you want to see how you can use it, so it's like really really easy. You just have to use the text, then the brackets, and after that you just have to write your text whatever you want to print. It can be a string, it can be an integer or anything. Then after that we have attributes. So if you guys don't know attributes, so all the widgets or the class here have attributes where you can actually modify your thing. So you don't have to add anything else or do some uh, Big Bang Theory kind of thing. You just have to add a attribute that is text align, and that's like names are like self-explanatory. And I'm just giving you a pro tip here. If you just forget any time what attributes this widget contains, just do one thing: press control and space, and it will show you all the attributes that are present and that can be used. But make sure you don't rely on it every time, because that's not a best practice, but that's a hack for you guys. So yeah, let's talk about text align. So basically you can align your text to the center or left, right, start, beginning, anything that you like. Then we have overflow. We'll talk about overflow later because this is something kind of intermediate thing. Then we have style. So I was talking about, right? So basically you have to add a style. Now you have to tell which kind of style. So basically you are adding style to text, right? It can be to image or something. So attribute is common. Then you have to tell like, yeah, I want to add a text style, and that in text style I want to change the font weight. So I made it font weight dot bold. If you guys can see, I made that bold, and that's in the center, right? Hello, how are you? So that was it. Like you can see, this is like totally easy. Like using text is like just a 4-line thing, and you just can add anything if you want, and that's totally like center aligned. That's crazy, right? Yes, let's go to the next thing. If you guys have any questions, just do let me know in the comments. I'll be taking 5 minutes to just answer your questions. After that, we have image class. This is most important, I'll say, but yet basic, because I don't think any app will be like visible for a production build or something if you don't have any images. But yeah, this is something really important. This is really easy to use. You don't have to do anything. So here you can see in the right, I have this image of this owl, or and you can have any of these. I just use it. So you can see that I have added it. So you guys must be wondering how I can add that, right? So can you guys think of how many lines it just took me to do that? You can just comment it down. I'll check how many lines. Uh, you guys must be thinking like this is must be two, three, four, right? You guys won't believe this is just like a one thing, literally one line thing, and I was able to get this image right there. Yes. So you can see there are basically there are a lot of options how you can use an image, all of them like single line thing. But here I have shown the two basic that are most important as well. Number one, I have image.network. So basically when you want to get any image from URL, right? If you are a web developer or you are a developer, you know that we mostly use images from web. Make sure we give credits to them. So yeah, so if you want to use any URL, then you have this thing image.network. You just have to put it wherever you want to use, then give it the URL, and yeah, you're ready to go. That's it. Like that's really easy. And if you want to change the style, you know how to do that, right? After this link, just give a comma and then style, image style, and there you go. You can just provide if you want to change the height, width, anything, or you can just wrap it up with the other widget. I'm gonna tell you in the next slides. So after that, yeah. So the other most important and most useful thing is that image.asset. So the second thing you guys must be doing is you have that image locally, right? You guys must be thinking that I can use it from network, right? I can use it from URL. But what about if I have it in like locally at my PC? Yeah, don't worry, guys. I have solution for that. You can use image.asset. Basically, what you have to do, there is a file called pubsec.yml. Whenever you'll create a Flutter app, you'll get to know about that. There is an syntax where you have to add asset. Whenever you will add any asset, you just have to provide the folder name and the file name. That's it. Use image.asset and use this link or a shortened link, whatever you want to like, and that's it. You are ready to go. That's it. You guys are like, this is just 2 minutes thing, or you can say just two line things, and you are ready to add two images, and that's super cool, right? So let's jump off to the next. So we have app bar class. So yeah, I told you like in WhatsApp, in MX Player, in YouTube, we have this app bar. So this is something that makes an app really interesting, and that makes an app really useful as well. You can add icons there, or some important notification, or some important text, or your app name and everything. This is something really useful. So you guys don't have to worry. Flutter is there for you guys. They have already made this easy for you. Just have to use it. You just have to make sure that you use it inside scaffold. So you guys must be thinking what scaffold is. That's up next. So I'll just tell you what app bar is. As you can see, I have used this Flutter demo homepage. So this is the app bar. So what you have to do, can you guys again comment how many lines it must take? I bet you guys gonna go wrong for this as well, for sure. Yeah, so yep. So if you guys think like these are like so many lines, but believe me, this is just two-line thing. If you guys can see app bar, semicolon app bar, then I just gave a title, constant text, and that is sample code. Or if you want to give it DevMela or something, and then that's it. Like really just two-line things. So that is so easy. So if I just explain more about it, so app bar, you can actually modify app bar. Do you have a lot of attributes in it? You can change the color of it. If you want to make it a dark theme thing, then you can just use a theme inside app bar. You can just change the color. You can add icon to it. So here I just gave a title. You can see I use that text that we discussed about. So I just use that sample code, or instead you can use any of their app name or something, and you can give style to it, or if you want to give style to whole app bar, you can actually change themes and everything to it, and you know the shortcut, right? Just control and space bar and you'll get the list of attributes they can use. So you guys can see like this is so easy, and I can assure you that whenever you are trying to create it with the native platform, this will take a lot of time, right? So you can see there are a lot of things down there: body, background color, floating action button. What all this, right? Why this crap? Don't worry, guys, don't worry. This is something we're gonna talk about this. So let's go ahead. So yeah, let's talk about scaffold class. This is really important thing, like really important. If you are using a Flutter platform, then this is something really important. So basically, as I told you, the app bar or the body thing, as I told you in the last slide. So basically, this all is inside scaffold class. So what scaffold class is, they have made a package for us, or you can have made a class that contains a lot of predefined widgets that help us to create our app really fast. So you can see in the right, I have three things. I have a Flutter demo homepage, that's an app bar. I already told you how easy it is to just go ahead with the app bar, right? Then you can see at the bottom right, there is a button that have you can say plus sign or addition symbol. What is that, right? How you add that? That looks so good. Even if when we use WhatsApp, we get that to create a new text, right? So you guys must be thinking that's take like a lot of code, but that's really easy with scaffold. And in the middle you have that text, and then you have an integer. Let's talk about how you can do this. So here it is, guys. Yes, that's it. That's it. And you can just create it with this much code only. So first, what I have to do is I have to add a scaffold. See, I added a scaffold. Inside scaffold, there is the first thing that I added, that app bar, as I told you, that's on the top. After that, I have added a body. So in basically what body is, whatever is between this bottom bar and the app bar, whatever the body where you have to work, where you have to provide the whole app thing, that is the body. And here I have given a center property. Basically, center widget is something to centerize from horizontal place and vertical place as well. So this is a kind of a bonus thing as well. Then we have child, and then after child we have the text, as I told you. And at the text I wrote whatever you guys want to want text to be there. That's it, right? And then you have background color. Now let's talk about the most important thing, as I told you, that the plus symbol, that button. So basically that's called floating action button. So that's super easy to use. You just have to define floating action button, then you just initiate it, floating action button. Then you have to tell whenever you press it, so what should happen. So here we are changing the state. That's kind of an intermediate thing, but you get to know what you guys can do. You can do anything on press. You can change text, you can switch to any other page or anything you want. Then you have a tooltip. Whenever you click it, there is a small text over it, toolkit, that's explain basically what this is doing, right? Then you have its child. Basically child, if you guys can see, so that plus sign is child of that. So I'll just explain how this code is working. There will be a lot of people who are new to this parent child thing. So basically Flutter works on parent and child relationship. So each thing is like a child of something. So you guys can have multiple child, you guys must be thinking, right? But no, all these widgets, whatever I talked about, those just can have a single child. So you can see center is also a widget, and there you have a child called text. So now this text is child to this parent called center. In the same way, this floating action button is parent, and this parent, you have a child. Then so basically that's a background for you. That floating action button will give you a background. Whatever you want to add in that the child, then you can go ahead with the icon. So basically you have icon here and you can add it. So this is like really simple, and I believe that was like enough, and that was like fun for you guys to just learn. Like only with this 5 to 6 line, that's enough for creating that UI, right? Now let's talk about container. So container is basic, like really basic thing, as I told you. The container is something where you can contain a lot of things. This is something to wrap up the things. For say you have a text and you have icon, but you want to wrap it up, so you can use container. So basically containers have a lot of properties where you can change its width, height, you can give margin, you can give padding. So here it is. This is really easy to use. Again, container, then you define which color do you want of this container, right? You color dot amber that, and then you can define the amount of that color, right? Then you have width, height, even you have margin. And if you even you can have like border radius and you can have padding, that's it. You guys can like go ahead with flutter.io to the document and you can get to know more about it. So this is like really easy to use. So basically container is just to wrap up things. So now let's talk about row class. So as I told you, row class is something really important. Row and column is like kind of similar thing. So as I told you, you guys can have only one child to parent. So if someone have any question in their like I had this question when I was started using. So if I want to add a multiple thing on a screen, right? If I want to use input button and a button, how can I do it? Because I can just add one thing. So that answer is rows. So or column. So as in the right, you can see there is like three things: two text and a button, basically, or a picture. How do you add that? So for that we can use row. So row is special widget where you can actually have children instead of child, right? So that makes sense now how we can add things. So in children, you first typecast is like we're going to have widgets. Then we have an array of widgets. Then inside that you can just add as many as widgets you want. Just separate it down with the comma, and that's it. Like that's really easy, right? You just have to use wrap it with row, and then you can go ahead in the same way. Let's talk about column. If you want it to be a vertical way, so you can give a array widget of vertical array, right? And that's similar. Like you just have to replace it with column, and that's it, guys. Can you believe it? This is so easy. Like just from child, if you want to shift to children, just wrap it with column or row as per required. Okay? Cool. So now let's talk about stack. So all the competitive guys here, I'm with you. So you guys must be like happy to see stack here as well. So basically, whenever you have to place one more thing on other, basically you want to stack things. So basically, then we use stack class. As you can see in the right, I have stack of three containers. Basically, first one is red, then I have green, then I have blue. It happens sometimes that when you are creating a UI, you need a background, you need another widget on it, then you need another widget on it, right? So when you want to use that, you can have a stack class. Even here stack also have multiple widgets, obviously, because you have to stack those. So again, we have children property here. Then you can just typecast to widget, then have an array here. As I told you, we got this thing. Cool. So this is like pretty clean and pretty enough for you guys to learn. Then we let's switch off to icons class. So here in icons, this is like very important thing. So material UI must, you guys must be knowing about material UI. Material UI is something like really important and really fun thing because it gives a really cool UI to your app. So with Flutter have then they have this material design icons inbuilt inside Flutter. You just don't have to do anything. As you can see, I have a row of three icons, right? You guys can see that heart, then music, and then umbrella. And here it is. I have this row, then I have widgets, then I have icon. So in icon, I just tell which icon I want icon dot favorite, and you can just tell that which color it should be, what size of this should be, and the label if you just want to give a label to it or something. Then you guys can see this is so easy. You already have these icons. You just have to type icon, then uh, brackets, then you just have to use whatever icon you want, and you can modify its attributes. That's so simple. And you guys must be thinking like, here is like we used row here as well, and there is something called main axis alignment. So basically, as I told you, in row you have that horizontal thing. So basically main axis is the horizontal thing. You have a lot of alignment options: center, justified, space, around. Whenever you'll be creating your apps and you'll be using this row, this is going to be super crazy. And then we have drawer. So that was like one of the thing I was like really pissed when I was using Android. But yeah, that's easy for people who actually are working on Android from like really a lot of amount of time, like maybe 6 months or 7 months. They know how to create a drawer really fast. But if you want to create, if you are a fresher in Flutter, right? Just you won't believe. That's it for the drawer. You can see this drawer and fully functioning clicking, and you can navigate as well. That's it. This is it. You just have to go through the drawer. You just have to import that drawer widget. That's also inside scaffold, right? Then you have to give a child. Then you have to give list view. I'm going to talk about this. This is going to be your bonus widget. After that, let's head it to it, and then again we have padding in it, and then we have a children as well here as well, because there are a lot of things. So first you have to give a drawer header. You must see like in Gmail we have a drawer header similar to this. You just have to give a drawer header. Inside you can have text, or you can create a row column inside it and give multiple widgets if you want. After that, we have list tiles. So this is going to be inside list view. So if you guys can see, I have this item one, item two. So this I have all list that I can give it to drawer. So you guys can see this is like 10 lines of code, and you can create a really responsive and really cool drawer. So that's really basic things. And then we have a bonus widget for you guys. So the bonus widget is list, as I told you, list view. So basically in list view, that is basically a scrollable widget. So you guys can add, like, for say list is something, there is a mobile phone I am using that have a height of 5 inches, right? Then someone is must be having of 6 inches. So if I just create an widget that's only for 5-inch screen, that will be cut inside a 6-inch screen, right? Or that will be like opposite as well. So in that way, we have a list view. So basically that is something you guys can use to make it scrollable. So you guys can add items inside a list view, and that will make a scrollable thing for you. You guys can see here. So here I have list view, then I gave it a padding. So whenever we'll add something widget here, they'll have a padding between them. That's really easy. Then after that, again, we have children. In children, we just have containers. You guys can see here, if you guys want this item one, item two, item three, item four, if you want to make this a container, a text, whatever you guys want, you just have to add them, and you just have to tell them, yeah, so this is going to be something like this, and that's it. You are done with the list view that is fully responsive. Even if you just tilt your mobile phone or your tablet or anything, that's gonna work really fine. So that's really super easy. And list view can have data from a Firebase or from anywhere, and you can just fetch it, and they can just create a dynamic list as well. That's gonna be taught about in the next section sessions tomorrow. So that was it, and thank you so much, guys. And that was it from my side. If you guys have any question, you can just let me know. I guess that's it. Okay, thank you everyone. Thank you for being there with me. Thank you so much. That's it from my side.
Hello. Thank you, Yashank. I think our audience seems to be so excited to start with the Flutter. And now I would like to invite Abhinandan and Yashank to have some fun activities. Welcome, Abhinandan and Yashank.
Hey, hi everyone. How are you feeling today? I hope you all are fine. So, hey Yashank, that was a wonderful session. So, how are you? I'm sorry, Yashank, but I'm not able to hear you. I guess you're on mute.
Hey guys, really sorry. I guess I am audible now. Okay, so
Yeah, so
great.
how are
So
you?
I'm good. I'm good. How are you? And I actually loved the session. I was like really happy taking this session. I was like really excited to see all the people commenting down. How are you all feeling? You can just comment it down. We're gonna check the comments. And what about you, Abhinandan? How was you? How was your day? And how excited are you for this?
So, to be honest, Shashank, it's a wonderful day. I'm feeling really amazing. It's so great to see like these many people like listening to all of us. So it's really amazing. So, meanwhile, folks, you can always answer to our questions down in the chat box, or you can use hashtag DevMela and post your answers on your social media. Just use hashtag DevMela, and we will be featuring some of the best answers on our social media channels. So talking about your question, Yashak. So I'm really excited for this session. It's a wonderful day. It's really amazing, really amazing. So you gave a wonderful session. I really loved it, and I hope our audience loved it too. So yeah. So Yashank, I have a quick question for you. So this year has been a roller coaster ride for almost all of us. So there must be some things that you are grateful of, about this whole year, about this whole lockdown periods. So it would be great if you and our audience would like to share it with us. So guys, you can share it in the comment box or using the hashtag DevMela, and Nishank, just speak it out loud.
Yeah, so basically, when I came back to my home, right, that was after like a hackathon, and I came back and I saw like this, we have holidays extended. I was really happy for that, but later on, I get to know like I started missing my college life. I started missing, my hostel life, my college. But later on, I get to know like, yeah, basically, when I am at home, I understood like I am really blessed with the family and friends I have, and I get to like spend time with them. I met my childhood friends. We had fun in this lock time period. Obviously with the social distancing, but I like that was really really fun for me. And I feel like this year was grateful for me because this taught me a lot of things about how you have to manage your work, family, and how you have to just make sure you push yourself for the help of family, right? So this was great for me. And what about you guys? Like, how did you feel about that? And what about you, Abhinandan? How was it for you?
So, Yashak, to be honest, it was a roller coaster ride, as I said earlier. Initially I was really excited that I'll be meeting with my family after a long time. I was really grateful that I got this opportunity to like spend time with my family away from all the technologies. We engineers, software engineers have a tendency to stick with our laptops. We spend almost all day with our laptops, with our gadgets, because that is what we do, right? We work on our laptops. We have to deal with so many technologies, so many things. So I was really grateful that I got this wonderful opportunity to spend some time with my family. But in the later part, I got some a bit bored, I would say, because I was actually missing my university. I was actually missing my friends, to be honest, my hostel life. Because I believe there are some things that you can only learn when you are in the hostel or when you're with your friends. Because uh, some things, like for example, there is teamwork. All right, you can, a university has people from all around the globe, from all around the India. So you have to deal with a lot of people. So this makes prepare for your future life. So I was actually missing my university and my campus, and I believe the first year students are especially missing this university life, because we all have this excitement to be a part of this wonderful experience.
Correct.
So I believe they are missing their university as well. So this is something we all have in common, I believe.
Yeah, you guys can tell us in the comments whosoever is missing their college or hostel and who are like really excited to go to their hostel for the first time. So yeah, I totally agree to your Abhinandan. Like I just told you, like whenever I was like at home, I really missed my roommates. I really missed those college days, those like hostel times where we used to get together and have fun. Obviously, like there will be a lot of people there who will be really excited to get to their college. So let's see whenever this pandemic go and then we can go ahead. Yeah, I can see a lot of people telling that they are missing their hostel life. So yeah, I agree to your point.
So Yashak, thank you for this wonderful conversation, and thank you for this taking part in this conversation. So thank you, everyone.
Thank you, everyone.
All right, bye bye.
Thank you, Yashank and Abhinandan, for energizing our audience with your great session. Now, before we had a session on Flutter, but to create apps in the Flutter, we need an IDE. So I got to know that Android Studio is the best IDE, but I want to learn about it. Trishna, can you help me in understanding about Android Studio more?
For that, we have an amazing speaker, Abhinandan from Chandigarh University. He'll make you understand what Android Studio is. Over to you, Abhinandan.
So hi guys, I'm back again. My name is Abhinandan Singh, and I'm the DSC lead for Chandigarh University. So like back in 2019, who would have thought that we would be doing this in a virtual format? But here we are connecting with each other virtually. So I hope you all are safe. So without a further ado, let's talk about Android Studio. Yeah. So first of all, let me walk you through the basics of Android Studio. So if you are unfamiliar with Android Studio is the official suggested IDE by Google for Android application development, right? and it's based on IntelliJ IDEA. Now, if you're wondering what is IntelliJ IDEA, it's one of the most popular IDEs out there for programming in JVM-based languages. Now, you can take example of like Groovy, Scala, Kotlin, and obviously our beloved Java. All right. So this is how our Android Studio looks like. Isn't it cool? Yeah, I know. So guys, if you have any doubt, you can always, ask the questions in the comment box, and I'll be more than happy to answer them. So let's check the user interface of Android Studio. So as you can see, all the various components are marked in this photo. So the toolbar is marked by number 1, and it includes actions like launching and running your application. All right. So the navigation mark is the mark by number 2, and it helps us to navigate and open various files that are associated with our projects. For example, you have some Java files or you have some XML files. So these all files you can open them through the navigation bar. All right. So the number 3 marks the editor window. This is the place where you actually write the code, actually write the logic for your application, and this is how you actually design your application. You actually write the logic that is working behind the scenes. All right. So the toolbar window that contains buttons for expanding and collapsing these individual windows. These all are represented by the number 4 in this photograph. All right. So the number 5, it represents the tool window. All right. So it gives us access to like specific tasks. For example, you have a debugger task there, or you have options like project management and version controls. So these are some of the options that are available in the tool window, and tool window itself is marked by number 5. Now, we have a special status bar that is represented by number 6. So it shows the status of ID itself, like whether your ID is working fine or it's having some issues, as well as it gives you the status of your project as well. For example, there is something wrong with the project, so that you can see it in the status bar. All right. So now that you're somewhat familiar with the Android Studio, let's talk about some of its features. All right. All right. Wait for a second. Now, before we continue with the features of Android Studio, I would like to mention that, Android Studio is not just about these features. Due to some time constraints, I'll be mentioning just some of the features of Android Studio. But, you can always explore more about Android and Android Studio at developers.android.com. The link is on your screen right now, or you can always scan the QR code and you can, visit the site. So let's get started. So first of all, let's talk about the visual layout editor. Building layouts can be a tiresome task. So instead of writing the layout by hand, you can use the visual layout editor. Now, visual layout editor enables you to quickly build complex layouts by just dragging the UI elements into the visual design editor. This comes especially handy when you're working on, constraint layouts. Also, with the help of design editor, you can preview your layout on different screen sizes on different Android versions, and you can use different Android devices, just to make sure that it works well on all the different screen sizes. So this is how our editor looks like. Now let me explain you the various components of this editor. So the number 1 marks the palette. It contains various views and views groups. Now views includes your buttons, your edit text, your text views. So these all are called views. So these views and views groups, these all are contained in the palette, and this palette is marked by number 1 in this photograph. All right. So the number 2 marks the component tree, and it shows the hierarchy of the components of your layout. All right. Let's say you have a nested. For example, in this we have a simple button, but let's say you have a nested layout. Multiple layouts in a layout. So that can be represented. That you can view in the component tree. So the number 3 marks the toolbar. It contains some buttons that you can actually use to change the appearance of your layout editor. All right. So the number 4 here marks the design editor. All right. You can edit the actual layout in this design editor. This is how you actually design your layout. So the number 5 marks the attributes for your selected views. For example, you can add margin, you can add padding, or something else. You can just add them to these attributes. And these attributes are marked by number 5 in this photograph. So number 6 represents the view mode of the layout. Now you have 3 different options. You can either view the blueprint, For example, in this, the blue part is the blueprint. It shows you how you have placed your individual components in the whole layout. And just to the left of it, we have the actual layout itself. So there are three different modes. First one is just the blueprint. Second one is just the layout, and third one is blueprint as well as the layout. So these are some of the features. Apart from this, you have the seventh number represents the zoom and pan controls of this whole layout editor. So this was, I guess, everything about the visual layout editor. So now we know that a layout is incomplete without icons. And if you have any experience working with designing layouts, I mean not just in Android but in any like programming language or in any platform, you might know that how difficult it is to find the right icons for your application. I mean, you literally have to spend like hours finding the right icons for your application. So even if you use, I know there are some sites like material.io from where you can easily get icons, like appropriate icons, but there is one problem with that. You actually have to download those icons, then you have to import that, and that's not cool at all. I believe that's a lot of time consuming, and we don't have that much time to waste. All right. So Android Studio has a very simple solution for this, and this solution is called the Vector Asset Studio. Now, the Vector Asset Studio was introduced in the Android version 1.4, right? In the Android Studio version 1.4, it was released initially, and with the help of Vector Asset Studio, what you can do is you can actually import the material icons directly into a project. Apart from this, you can also import SVG and PST files in your project as vector drawable resources. Now, I think at this point you might be wondering that, okay, so that's cool. It's going to save a lot of our time and it's hassle free. Like Vector Asset Studio handles almost all of the stuff for us so that we can focus on the actual part, that is to code, right? So, but there is one more major benefit associated with Vector Asset Studio. Now, because we are using vector drawables instead of bitmaps, it reduces the size of our APK. And if you're wondering how, now, see that vector drawables, they can be resized according to different screen densities without the loss of image quality. So that means you just have to add one vector drawable and you can use it for various different screen densities. So that is actually something quite useful and it saves a lot of your time. So that is very cool, right? So now that we are done with building our layouts and we have added icons to the same. So now let's jump to the build part of the Android Studio. Now we know that Android Studio is a very powerful IDE. For example, it has features like code completion, statement completion, inline debugging, and many other. But the one thing most of the people tend to ignore is the Gradle build system of Android Studio. So what is this Gradle build system anyway? So let's take a look and see what is this Gradle build system. All right. So first of all, let's see what is a build system. So in very simple words, a build system compiles all your app resources, all your source code, and converts them into an APK file. Now you must be familiar with an APK file because that is the actual file that we install on our device. For example, when you download any application from Play Store or any third-party sources, you get an APK file and you install that APK file on your device. So what happens is that after this build process completes, you can actually get an APK. You can test it if you want. Then you can sign it, and then you can actually distribute it. So now let's see some of the features, some of the processes that are involved in build process. So in the very first step, the compiler converts the source code of your application into the text files. Okay. And all the other resources, for example, you have your manifest files, you have your layout files, you have some vector drawable resources, or other configuration files. These all are compiled into resources. Now, in the second step, the APK packager combines the text file and the compiled resources into a single APK. Now, we know that we have to install the APK file on our mobile phone or our devices to actually use them. But you can only install an APK file after it has been signed. So, to sign an application, there are two ways. So you can either sign it with a debug key store or with the release key store. And by default, Android Studio, what it does is that it signs every individual project with a debug key store, all right, so that you can test it on your devices. All right. So in the final step, what happens is before generating the actual APK, the package manager uses a tool known as zip align. Now it optimizes your app to use less memory while running on an actual device. So it takes very less memory after the tool has been used on this on that APK file. So it optimizes your app. So yeah, these are the processes. Now you can see that Android uses an advanced build automation tool known as Gradle. So what Gradle does is that it automates all these steps for us, so we don't have to worry about all these steps and we don't have to perform them manually. So Gradle does all these steps on its own, and we just have to worry about the actual coding part. So yeah, this is how the Gradle works. So apart from this, what you can also do is that you can make different variants of the same application. All right, from the build management system, or you just have to make a few changes in the module level build or Gradle file. Now, if you're wondering what is the actual benefit of making different variants of the same application, so let's take a simple example. For example, you have built an application, you know. In that application you have two different type of users. One are the premium users that have access to almost all of the information, all of the modules of that application, and there is one category of users that have access to just some part of the application. So this is how you can build different variants from the same user base, same code base. So this is something that comes included with the build system of Android. Now we have almost finished, building our application, and it's time to check and make sure that our application has no structural code problems. So how we can do this? We can actually run our application through a tool known as lint tool. So the question here is, what is lint? So, in very simple words, lint is a tool that helps us to find poorly structured code on in our application. This code can actually impact the reliability and efficiency of your Android apps. So, the lint tool, what it does is that it optimizes and improves your code for parameters like correctness, security, performance, usability, and accessibility. So it automatically optimizes and gives you an error message. Okay, that okay, you need to work on this part of the code, and this is how you can improve it. So if you're wondering, what is poorly structured code, let me give you an example. So suppose we have built this layout, and we have some unused namespaces in this XML file. For example, in the child layout here, we have an unused namespace, and we have received an information, in the dialog box that okay, this is something that you can avoid. So you can take action on this dialog box, and you can automatically, modify your code so that you don't have to spend a lot of time, because this mistake is gonna cost you a lot of extra memory and extra processing time. So this is something that we usually avoid. So I guess now we are done building our application as well. So now it's time to test our application. All right. So Android Studio allows us to test our application on both real and virtual devices. So in Android we have an Android simulator. Android simulator allows us to test our application on our system itself without the need of a real device. So this is something very cool. Now you must be wondering, like, why we should use Android emulator instead of actual device. We have actual device, so why to use an emulator then? So these are some of the reasons. Apart from being faster than a native device, the Android emulator provides almost all of the features that your physical device can have. For example, you can stimulate incoming phone calls, text messages, specify the location of your device. You can access the hardware sensors. You can access to Play Store. So these are some of the things that you can actually perform on this emulator. So after installing your application on the emulator, now you might want to check the performance of your application. So an application is considered to have poor performance if it responds slowly, shows choppy animations, freezes, crashes, or consumes a lot of power. I mean, who wants to install such an application with so many performance issues? Like, it can drain your battery, it can drain your battery, it might make your app slow. So these are some of the things that developers try to avoid. So Android Studio has a lot of built-in profiling tools that you can actually use to monitor the various resources consumed by your application. So there is one tool known as a real-time profiler. So real-time profiler provides you live insights of your CPU usage, of your memory usage, how much network bandwidth you are consuming, how much graphic resources you are consuming, and how much battery you are consuming, so that you can automatically and optimize your application based on the results that you have received. So next thing you might want to do is you want to check your application whether you can reduce its size or not. APK size is something that matters a lot when users are actually using or installing your applications. So Android Studio has this tool known as APK Analyzer, where you can actually monitor the contents of your application, that how much space they are taking, and you can automatically improve it. So what are the features that APK Analyzer provides? Let's take a look. So first of all, you can view the absolute and relative size of the files that your APK contains. For example, you have your text files, you have your resource files, as I told you in the compilation process. So you can actually see that how much space these files are taking, and you can automatically improve them. So the next thing is side-by-side comparison of two APKs. You can actually place two APKs side by side, and you can see the difference between the files. How much space one variant is taking and how much space the other variant is taking, and what led to that memory change, and you can modify those files. So apart from this, the next thing is you can actually view the structure of your text files. You can see the components of your text files. So this is something really, really, really great. So we are almost done building our application. Okay. So yeah, we are almost done building our application. So these are only some of the features of Android Studio, and you can always learn more about Android and Android Studio at developers.android.com. So that's all from my side. So thank you guys. This was Abhinandan Singh. Thank you.
That's so amazing session, Abhinandan. I got to know a lot about like on Android Studio and its tools like Gradle, linting tools, and analyzing tools. It's really amazing to know a lot of things about Android Studio. Now, without knowing the infrastructure, you can't build anything properly. Our speakers, Jaskirat, he is a lead at Thapar University, and Rachel, she is a DSc lead at UIT Punjab. They will help you in knowing the GCP infrastructure. Over to you, Jaskirat and Rachel.
Hello, guys. I hope you are all enjoying the session. This is Jaskirat Singh from Thapar University. I am the lead at DSC TIT. I have Rachel with me. Hello, Rachel.
Hi, Jaskirat, and hello, everyone. I'm really happy that you all joined us today. I am Rachel, and I am the Developer Students Club lead for UIT Punjab University, Chandigarh. It is so great to be here and to be presenting this talk on the Google Cloud platform today. So let's get started. The question to begin with is that what is cloud? So I'm going to try to answer this question in as easy a way as possible. So let's try to do that with an example. Let's say that I just started with a startup. I just set it up in my backyard and I'm good to go. So, and my startup is an e-commerce company, let's say. So I have a website where I'm going to have a certain number of users visiting me every day. Now, right now, my startup is new. So let's say only 5 or 10 users visit me every day. So to manage that traffic on my website, I'm going to need a server. Just to begin with, my server can be just one computer, my laptop probably. I just set it up in my garage and I'm good to go. I have a server and my website the traffic is being handled. But let's say now my e-commerce website gets a little more popular. And now I don't have only 5 or 10 users every day. I have 100 users visiting me every day. One computer is probably insufficient to take over that load, and it's probably going to crash. So what do? Well, I can go ahead and purchase another computer, just add it to my network, do a bunch of things, and set it up as a server again. But it's not as easy as it sounds. Because first of all, I'm going to go ahead and purchase another computer with a good amount of computing resources available. That's not going to be cheap. On top of that, I need to do the whole process of adding it to my network and actually setting it up as a server. It sounds simple, but actually the software involved is actually a little complicated. So it doesn't really sound like a good solution to just keep buying computers and adding them into your network of servers. So, I mean, that's a problem, right? But now let's assume that I do not run a small company, not a startup. Let's say that I run a big and an established company, e-commerce site once again. So I have so many people purchasing from my website and I'm making a lot of money. I can easily go ahead and buy 1,000 computers and add them to my network of servers. And that's exactly what I do. So I have like thousands of users visiting my website. So I just go ahead and purchase 1,000 computers, set them up in a room, and they are my servers, and my website is good to go. But let's say I overestimated. I don't actually need 1,000 computers. Let's say I just needed 700 computers. So what's happening is that right now I have 300 computers sitting idle in my data center. And that's when I come up with an idea. I decide that, hey, let me go ahead and rent out these servers, these computers to smaller companies who cannot afford to purchase these 300 computers but would like to rent them out. Isn't that amazing? And that is actually the idea of cloud. Some people, amazing people, big companies like Google who can afford these kind of infrastructures have gone ahead and set up these data centers where they have like these thousands of servers all together in one place. And what they do is that they rent out those servers to smaller companies, to users like you and I, who cannot go ahead and set up their own data center, who probably cannot afford that or probably don't have the time and don't have that amount of effort to put into it, right? So that is the idea of cloud. You have servers set up in some location of the world and you can access it through any device that is connected to the internet. So that's the only condition. As long as you have a connection to the internet, you're accessible to the cloud and you can make use of the amazing things that it has to offer. Now, let's take a look at why cloud is so revolutionary. Well, obviously, you can access those servers from any part of the world, and that's cool enough. But in my opinion, there are 3 things that make cloud really revolutionary. Let's take a look at them. The first is that data is never accidentally lost. Once again, let's try to understand this with an example. Let's say there's a school and the headmaster of the school wants to keep a record of all the students. Now, this is going to include things like their daily attendance record, their personal information, their parents' contact numbers and stuff, their addresses, and it's also going to include their grades. So every time an exam is conducted, their scores, they need to be stored somewhere, right? So what the headmaster does is that, easy way out, he just opens up his laptop and opens up an Excel file on that and just, manually enters all the data and everything is stored in his computer or desktop or laptop, whatever, right? So the data is there. But let's say that now he accidentally spills coffee over his laptop, or maybe the laptop falls, it breaks, or maybe the computer simply crashes. The data is lost and there's no way of getting it back. On the other hand, if the person was not using a computer and was probably using a hard drive or something, any physical storage option, the same problem would have still existed. Devices are prone to physical damage, right? And data can be accidentally lost. But with cloud, this doesn't happen due to a few reasons. First of all, cloud servers are set up in these amazing data centers and they're not really prone to any wear and tear over there. So they're pretty safely guarded. On top of that, cloud is generally always backed up. So even if anything physically happens to the hardware in one place, your data is still safely saved in some other place. So data is never accidentally lost. And that is something that I think makes cloud super duper awesome. The next thing is that cloud cuts costs for businesses. A school, for example, cannot go ahead and set up their own data center, right? If they would like to use cloud. So what they can do instead is just go ahead and rent cloud resources from some cloud service provider, like Google, for example. So it's cutting costs for them, right? Because they don't have to go ahead and purchase those amount of storage resources or servers or anything. So you get to access such an awesome thing without actually owning it. And I think that is cool. Next thing with cloud is that distance is not a factor anymore. So let's take one more example. Let's say there's an office and software needs to be shared with all the employees on their desktops, right? So a simple way out is that you set up a LAN, a local area network, and you connect your computers using a cable, and the data can be shared and resources can be shared, right? That's simple. But this is feasible only when the office is, let's say, spread over a floor, or probably spread over an entire building. Even then, LAN is pretty successful. But let's say that an office has one branch in New York and another branch in Sydney, all the way in Australia. How does resource sharing happen then? Well, the answer is cloud. Because distance is not a factor anymore, and because devices connected with the internet can access the same cloud, distance doesn't matter. And I think that is also super cool. Next, let's take a look at how cloud computing works, because cloud sounds amazing, but how is it even made a real thing? How does it actually happen? The answer is simple, and it's one word: virtualization. Now, virtualization is a very nice concept because I believe that it gives us a lot of efficiency. But let's see what virtualization actually means. Virtualization means, in very simple sense, to set up a virtual machine. Now, what is this virtual machine? A virtual machine behaves as if it has the same physical architecture of a computer, but mind you, actually, it does not. It is actually just a software concept. So a virtual machine is not something that you can touch and feel. It's just some sort of coding that's in place. But this coding allows you to access a GPU, and it allows you to access storage resources and computing resources. And essentially what is happening in a virtual machine is that, let's say we have a set of hardware available, a set of hardware that you can use as a server. We go ahead and set up multiple virtual machines on the same server. So as a result, what happens? One server becomes many servers. And that is how virtualization leads to so much more efficiency. And the cost is also reduced, because every time you need to set up a machine, let's say, you don't have to go ahead and purchase the hardware from the beginning, right? You don't have to do that. You can use the same hardware for multiple machines. And that is why virtual machines are so amazing. Now let's take a look at cloud computing models. When we talk, in the basic sense of cloud seemed like, okay, there's a data center and there are servers and you can access them. But over the time, cloud has really evolved, and there are three kinds of models available. So there's infrastructure as a service, platform as a service, and then there is software as a service. So three models are available to us. Let's look at each of them one by one. Infrastructure as a service is basically, we're talking about the very bottom line things. We're just talking about a physical data center, and we're talking about servers. So infrastructure as a service is basically, I'm talking about the hardware. So the things that I can touch and feel, right? So if I go ahead and just rent out those servers, and then I am, working on my app or on my website from the scratch, and then getting it up and running, that is infrastructure as a service. But if we go one step ahead and add some magical software to it that allows you to get more scalability and things like that, we get platform as a service. So platform as a service is essentially just infrastructure as a service plus some additional software elements such as operating systems and database management tools. So we're going one step ahead. Now let's go one more step ahead and build something called a model that is software as a service. In this case, we have IaaS, we have PaaS, and then we have something additional, some cloud hosted applications that give rise to something called as software as a service. In cloud as software as a service, let's take the example of Gmail. That is the perfect example of SaaS. What's happening there is that you have a cloud hosted application, Gmail. You can log into it from any computer and you'll be able to access your emails. You log in from your own computer, you can see the bunch of emails. You go to your neighbor's house and log in from their computer, you can still see the very same emails, right? Nothing is stored on your device. All the storage is done at the back end. in the cloud server. So that is using cloud as a software as a service. When I go ahead and use Gmail, I don't worry about where the server is. I don't worry about what's the programming, what's the coding done that's taking care of Gmail. I can just go ahead and use it, and that is software as a service. Speaking about Google Cloud, well, if I'm to talk about whether Google Cloud is IaaS, PaaS, or SaaS, I'm going to say it's all of them. How? Let's see. We have Google Cloud Platform with us, which is basically the infrastructure as a service part. So if I just want to go ahead and make use of some servers, I can go ahead and do that with Google Cloud Platform. It is also an example of platform as a service. So let's say I want I just want to host an app, but I just want to host it. I don't want to get everything built from the bottom. So I can use GCP for that again. And now let's talk about Google Workspace, which is G Suite, as many of you may know it. So that includes your Drive, your Gmail, and it includes your Docs, so slides and things like that. So when I go ahead and combine GCP along with Google Workspace, I get something called the Google Cloud. So talking about that more, over to you, Jaskirat.
Okay, thank you, Rachel. That was beautiful explanation about cloud. Now let's understand what GCP is and how it's a part of Google Cloud. Okay, so GCP caters the IaaS and PaaS part of cloud. We get infrastructure like, as Rachel mentioned, we have storage, we have networking, we have bare minimum VMs, and we have platforms like we have SQL databases, and we get all the platforms as well in the GCP. Okay, let's move on to the next slide. Yeah, so we'll discuss each service provided by the GCP. The first comes is AI platform. So if you want to do all the AI ML stuff on GCP, we have AI platform for that. You can train your models, you can deploy them, you can do all sorts of things on AI platform. Next, we have AutoML. AutoML is a beautiful feature and service provided by the GCP. If you don't want to train your models manually, or you don't want to code, you can just upload the data and GCP will handle it accordingly. Okay. Next, we have speech to text and text to speech services. Basically, the NLP stuff is also catered by GCP. If you are not into doing a lot of NLP with help of code, GCP can help you with their APIs, and you can use their pre-trained models and get an advantage from them. Next, we have App Engine. App Engine is, again, a beautiful service by GCP. It helps you to deploy your web apps on cloud. If you don't want to do a lot of configuration, you can use App Engine, and GCP will again handle it for you. Next, we have Compute Engine. Compute Engine gives you a virtual machine and provides you a much greater control over your deployed app. So as seen in App Engine, where you don't get the control and GCP handles it for you. Contrast to that, we have Compute Engine, which gives you all the control you want. Next, we have Cloud Logging. So it helps you to maintain all the logs of your deployed application, so that your team can always query and see what's going on in your application. And if there is an error, you can easily find that out. Next, we have Cloud Monitoring. Now, cloud monitoring is very important. If you're deploying your apps on cloud, you want to keep an eye on them. How are they performing? If there are any dips in latency, or if there are any spikes in CPU usage, so you can manage and monitor that using the cloud monitoring service. Next, we have Cloud IoT Core. So IoT being a very buzzword these days, if you are into IoT, you can connect all your IoT devices to this single hosted application on IoT, on Cloud IoT Core using the GCP. It's a very helpful application and service provided by GCP if you are into IoT. Next, we have Cloud SQL. So as I mentioned, it also provides you platform as a service. So we get Cloud SQL, which contains a lot of open source and major database management systems like MySQL, PostgreSQL, and you just need to select them, and GCP will initiate and deploy it for you. You just need to configure your app to use the deployed and hosted cloud base. Next, we have FileStore, which is again a platform. So you can again deploy your application. So you can store your images, PDF, documents. Everything can be stored in a file store and can be accessed using a public URL. Next, we have some open source tools like Kubernetes. Kubernetes is a very important tool these days. It helps you to deploy your Kubernetes cluster on cloud. You can use that. Then we have TensorFlow as well. TensorFlow helps you to train your models. If you are into AI ML, you might be knowing using TensorFlow. So GCP supports that as well. Then we have Forseti Security, which helps you to manage the roles and provide permissions to your team. Next, we have Istio, which helps you to manage your containers as well. So these are the open source tools which are included in the GCP. Now let's have a look at the dashboard. Can you please switch my screen? Yeah, I hope you are able to see my Chrome window. This is the homepage of Google Cloud. You can see something similar to this. I'll quickly dive in and log in with my account. So you can go and click on sign in. Okay, so I'll be using my Developer Student Club account. Log in and so now I am logged in as DSCTIET. Next, you'll see written console here. You just go in on this, and then you'll be taken to a dashboard. Now, dashboard is the gateway to the GCP. So you see all the applications listed there, your projects, your deployed applications. So everything is on this dashboard. You have to access and manage your services using this dashboard. So we'll quickly get into the dashboard. It's taking some. You can always use GCP in your projects as well. You want to deploy your website or you can use GCP. You can deploy them using App Engine, or you can deploy them using a Compute Engine as well. So at DSCTIT use a lot of Google Cloud resources. We have a lot of deployed apps on GCP. So you can always feel free to use them in your project as well. You get the APIs which are used in Google as well. So if you are into like using some Google service like OAuth or maybe Google Maps, you can use that with help of GCP as well. Okay, it's taking time. Let me reload this. Okay, so yeah, finally here. Okay. So the first thing is the dashboard. So you'll see a lot of information about project, some metrics related to your deployed apps. Currently, we don't have, it's not showing us. Then you have your billing as well, so that you have an eye on what you are spending. Then you have your resources listed here, like we have 3 instances running right now. We have then you have status about your APIs, if you are making any, so it shows you API calls which are made. Then you get any errors if there are in your deployed apps, they will be listed here. You get the news from GCP, so you will be notified with the latest updates in the. Then you have the documentation part as well. So if you want to get quickly started with some service, you can use from here. So yeah, let's move on to the navigation bar. When you click on this navigation menu, you see a lot of services listed here. So all the services which are required will be listed down here. The first thing which I see is the IAM and admin. This is a very important part of GCP. So you can assign roles, you can give permissions to your team. So if you have a team who is your database, you can give them the access to database. The team who is managing your VMs can have access to the VMs. So you can manage all the stuff using IAM. Next, we get Build section. You get a lot of services here. As I told you, we have App Engine, we have Compute Engine, we have Kubernetes Engine, we have Cloud Function, Cloud Run, VMware Engine. So all these things are available to you for compute purposes. Cloud Function is a special kind of thing, a service. So these are serverless functions. You can deploy your code there and access them using a public URL. Next, we have storage section, which contains file storage, data transfer. So as I told you, the file store is a very important service. You can store your PDFs, your documents, your images, anything can be stored on file store and be accessed using a public URL. So it's very helpful when you are storing your images for your website. Database, so these are the platforms which are available to you. We have Bigtable, Data Store, Database Migration, File Store, Memory Store, Spanner, and we have SQL. So SQL being a very important service available to us. So you can just click on this service and choose your database which you prefer, and GCP will handle it for you and deploy it on your cloud. Next, we have networking, which is also a very important part of cloud. Since cloud is a global network, you can always connect your VMs who are hosted in different region using VPC. So imagine if I have a VM in New York and a VM in Mumbai, they can both talk to each other using a virtual private connection, which is VPC network. You get a lot of networking services as well under this network tier. You can always go and check them. Then we get the operation section where you get tools which help you to monitor and debug your deployed application. So the first thing which you see is monitoring. As I told you, you get beautiful charts displaying the performance and how your app is doing. You can use that. We get the debugger to debug our application. We get the error reporting to get the alerts about any error which are popping up. We get the logging to save all these errors so that the team can query them in future and look where we went wrong. We get the profiler to judge and see how the application will perform. And we get the trace to get the more details of the app. Then we get some tools to help us in the cloud. We get the cloud build and compile our cloud task history to store artifacts. We get the cloud scheduler is something which helps you to schedule tasks on cloud and do them over a period of time. Manager, we get API gateway, endpoints. Endpoints are something very important. You can this in your projects as well. So if you want to use any API service from GCP, use the endpoint. Then there are a plethora of services available to you. Then we get the big data as well, being a very buzzword these days. The GCP provides you a lot of services in big data. You get data prop, pub/sub mechanism. You get the data flow, IoT core, BigQuery, Locker, and all these of services are available to you. So the major being IoT core, as I told you, if you are in, you can always connect your IoT devices to this cloud-hosted application. You have the pub/sub. This is also a very unique way and very adopted methodology to communicate. So pub/sub is used in microservices a lot. You can check that out as well. Then I go on to the artificial intelligence section, where you get the AI platform, you get the neural language, natural language, so that you can do the NLP stuff. You get the translation, so that you can convert one language to another. You get the APIs for that. We get the vision for computer stuff. We get the video intelligence for doing AI and ML on video feeds. So yeah, GCP caters everything. So you can always find the service which you're looking for. Then we get the partner solutions. So these are special services which are included in the GCP. Redis, Apache Kafka, Elasticsearch, MongoDB Atlas. Yeah, so these are pretty applications. So they are included in the GCP. You can always host your own MongoDB database using. You can always have a Redis microservice running and let the GCP start. So So yeah, this is an overview of cloud and Google Cloud Platform. So I hope you'll use this in your next project and see how it works. So let's go back to the slides. Okay, so yeah, let's understand why Google Cloud Platform. So Google Cloud Platform is actually perfect for beginners because when you sign in for first time, you get free $300 credits to try out things. You don't have to worry about billing. You can always log in and use the free trial and experiment with things. You get the easy and intuitive UI. As I showed you, the UI is very simple, and you can various services using the navigation menu. All the services are listed there, so you don't have to find anything there. Then you need to understand an elaborative documentation. So Google has been very famous for providing good documentation. Same is the case with GCP. So if you are into a service and you are lost, you can always documentation and see how things are working there and how to get your path. Then we have Quick Labs. Now, Quick Labs help you to learn GCP in a better way. They provide tutorials and certifications for GCP. So you can always visit the Quick Lab and see how you can get into GCP professionally. Then we have website for students, which is edu.google.com/program/students, where special programs for students are hosted. You can always find a GCP program there and enroll into the program using your college identity card or the college issued Gmail ID. So you can always use that as well. Next, please. Okay, so I have listed some resources from where you can understand and learn GCP. Quick Labs being the major one because they have beautiful and good tutorials on GCP. You can always use them and learn from them. We recently had 30 Days of Cloud where we get the free tutorial on Quick Labs. So keep an eye on these kind of tutorials from Google, so you can enroll in them and learn GCP. Have Google Cloud YouTube channel where they keep on posting tutorials and lecture videos. Always check that as well to learn a bit more about GCP. Then we get some corporate blog. GCP is being used by a lot of companies and a lot of startups, so they keep out rolling blogs regarding and how they are using GCP. You can use their experience and use that in your app. Okay, so that was from my side. This was Google Cloud and how cloud works. I'm Jaskirat. I have Rachel with me. Okay, so signing off.
All right. Thank you everyone for joining us today. It was great to have you all here. Thank you and bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, Jaskirat and Rachel. That's an awesome session. Now, overwhelmed by the sessions that we have till now. Okay, so now we have fun activity by Abhinandan and Yashank. Welcome, Abhinandan and Yashank. Over to you.
Hey Abhinandan, that was a great session and I actually enjoyed it a lot and I guess our audience also enjoyed it a lot. So do you want to take a drink break? Do you want to need some water?
Yeah, first of all, Yashank, thank you for those kind words. I loved your session as well. It was very informative. Although I've been working on Android for a very long time now. But the way you explained the Flutter, the whole logic behind Flutter, it was really amazing, and I really enjoyed it. And I can definitely say that our audience has enjoyed it as well. So I definitely think that I need some water break, and not only me, but our audience needs some water break as well. So guys, I would suggest you to go and grab a water bottle for yourself so that you don't miss the coming sessions. All right. So I'll be back in like 3-4 seconds. Is that cool, Yashank?
Yeah, that's definitely fine. And even you guys can just go and grab your water bottles because I can assure you guys you don't want to miss the next few sessions we have. We have ML and we have like really amazing discussion as well. So just make sure you just grab your water bottle and you are back here. So until that you can just go and grab and yeah, Abhinandan is back as well. Yep.
So that actually felt good. I was I literally needed that water, so that actually felt good. So thank you, Yashank. Thank you.
Okay, great. So, Abhinandan, like, so that was less enough, and that was like really good. So, like, we both work on and like Android platform, mobile platform, right? And instead of just mobile platform, which thing you are actually like excited about? Which technology are you excited about?
Yeah, Yashank, we both work on the same mobile platform. Like we both are into mobile application development. But if I have to choose some other technology, I would say it is ML because ML is very hot stuff right now. Like everybody is trying to get his or her hands dirty on the ML. And the next thing is that engineering is all about solving problems. You see a problem, you try to solve it, and I believe ML is a very 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 good technology. It's a very good thing that you can actually apply to solve the real time problems, your real life problems. So that's why I think I would choose ML. So if I have to switch my technology stack, or if I have to learn something new, definitely it would be Flutter, it would be ML. So what about you, Yashank? Like you also work on mobile application platforms, so if you have to make a switch, what would it be?
Yeah, and I would like to ask people as well if they want to share their excitement, they can just tag hashtag DevMela and then can just share it on Twitter as well. So basically, yeah, same for me. ML feels like so fascinating to me, and I've never tried my hands on ML, but I'm really excited for ML session, and maybe that's like the start of our ML journey, and you never know, right? So that's going to be like really crazy. And one more thing, Abhinandan. So we have like I heard that we have something special for our audience. So, do you want to reveal that?
Okay, yeah, Yashank, let's reveal our little secret. So, guys, we have planned a little quiz for you. You can all participate in that quiz, and if you are lucky enough, you might get some cool swags from the DevMela team. So, Yashank, would you like to go over the rules?
Yes, for sure. So, yes. So, guys, first of all, we'll share a link with you guys where you will have a Google form. Then there you have to put your valid email address and full name so that we can just connect to you over and we can ship your you guys can say your swags or something. Then I'll just the second main important point. You guys will get 3 minutes to complete this quiz. So just make sure you just do it really quick. And then this quiz will have 10 questions, 10 MCQs basically. So after that, we'll be just switching off the incoming responses so that we can take out the winners and as well. So basically, top six correct entries will be eligible for their claiming their swags, and the things we're gonna judge upon is the number of correct answers and how fast you were. So I guess that's it, and I'll ask moderators to spam the comment section with the Google Form link so that they can just go and you guys can go ahead with this. So this is the link to your quiz. You guys can actually use this barcode. You can type this bit.ly/mydm1, and we are looking for your responses. And your time starts now as well. Go, guys, run fast.
So,
Okay.
Yashank, I
Yes.
have a small doubt. Can I also participate in this quiz?
No, 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 no. Let's keep it for our audience also only. Just keep it
So,
for
I
them.
mean,
It was their choice.
I am a bit jealous of our audience because they have this amazing opportunity to uh, play this game and get rewards, and we are just sitting here away. So it's I'm to be honest, I'm a bit jealous of our audience.
Yeah, I can understand, but yeah, this is for them. Let's just have fun. And you guys, like it's already 45 seconds. Whosoever haven't joined it yet, just go join. And until then, I'll just make sure that Abhinandan don't go and cheat and get your swags. He's here with me talking with you guys so that you guys can go ahead. And so yeah, Abhinandan. So until they are completing their quiz, so I want to ask, how was your experience for your session? How do you feel now?
So I guess that is a very good question. To be honest, in before delivering that session, I was a bit nervous, to be honest, because we don't usually go out on this virtual platform. This is something new for all of us. We all are adapting to this whole virtual format. This is very new for all of us. But the thing is that it made us all push our boundaries, step out of our comfort zone. So this is something that I enjoyed. I literally pushed myself to next level, and I actually enjoyed it. And it is always very good to see actually people learning. So yeah, in a nutshell, I enjoyed it. Learned something new, and I believe that's the only thing that matters. That you keep on learning something new every time. So, what about you, Yashank? So, how was your experience? What was your experience? Would you like to share it with us?
Yeah, and before that, I'll just tell like we are like 54 seconds left, guys. So just be quick. So yeah, talking about my thing. So I was there. I just like attend a lot of sessions, right? And being on the other side, I actually get to learn like whenever I was like at the other side and was attending things. So whenever I was trying to figure it out how I'm gonna present it, it helped me a lot. Like I thought like how viewers will like to see this thing or how it will make them excited. So it was like a fun experience for me, like talking to the team and organizing all of the things. And just believe me, just this is like the best team I have worked with, and this was like the best thing happened in this lockdown. And sorry to cut, but yeah, we are down to 15 seconds now. So guys, just make sure you complete your quiz within 15 seconds. And now it's 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and that's it. Time's up, guys. Time's up. I hope people have done this. So we are really excited to have your responses, right, Abhinandan? And we're gonna just announce our results tomorrow in our Discord channel as well as in your emails as well. So Abhinandan, don't sneak out. Just make sure just show your hands. You are not using your phone, right? Yeah. So don't cheat. Okay, guys. I guess a lot of people have done it already. So yeah, thank you so much, guys. Thank you for joining. You guys can carry on with the sessions. That's it from our side.
Okay, bye bye. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for
Bye, everyone.
participating in the quiz.
Thank you, Abhinandan and Yashank, for this energetic, fun activity. Now, when people discuss productively, it'll become brainstorming, and many ideas come out of it. Now, to continue the panel discussion, I would like to invite our moderator, Varsha Jaiswal. Over to you, Varsha.
So, hello everyone. How are you? I hope that you were able to make to this quiz and you are enjoying this sessions, pool of sessions in this DevMela, and you are feeling like okay, you are good and you are really doing amazing. A very good evening to one and all present here and viewing me at this time, and greetings of the day who will watch this video maybe later. I'm Varsha Jaiswal, organizer and ambassador of GDGWTM Jalandhar, working as a software developer at Edfora Infotech. And here I am just with some amazing minds who will just help you out that how you can take the ladder to success. With that, I'll not take much time and I would love to invite our panelists and so yes, let's welcome Mr. Suraj Kumar, who is a software development engineer at vComply and former DSC lead at DSC LPO. Welcome, Suraj. I hope that you are having a great day.
Yeah, thanks,
Next,
Varsha.
okay, thanks. Next up, we have Shubhang Saxena, who is the open source contributor and former DSC lead at DSC TIAT. Welcome, Shubhang. I hope that you are
Hello.
enjoying and excited for the session.
Yeah, that I
Okay.
am.
Third is Nand Kishore, who is a design enthusiast and the former DSC lead of DSC Chandigarh Group of Colleges. Welcome, Nand, and welcome to this panel.
Hello, Varsha. Thanks for the
Hi.
intro. Hello, everyone.
Next up, we have Deepak Yadav, who is software development engineer at Amazon and former DSC lead for DSC CU. Hi, Deepak. How are you?
Hi Varsha, I'm fine. I hope you all guys are doing fine.
Yeah. And yes, next up is Bhaskar Kumar, who is an advisory analyst at Deloitte USI and former DSC co-lead at DSC CU. Hi, Bhaskar. How are you? I hope you are having a great day. Okay. But last, not the least, we have Ash Goyal, who is the intern at CodeChef and former DSC lead at DSC NIT Jalandhar. So here are the panelists. How are you all? How is everything going on in life?
Yeah, we are all right. And in life, everything is remote and virtual as of now.
Okay, that's great. So maybe we can start with the question, and the first question is it's for everyone that if you may just tell us more about yourself, that what you do in day-to-day life, what excites you the most, or like what are those technical stacks which you are crazy about, what's your achievement, and how long have you been associated with the communities? So yes, over to you. Anyone who wants to start? Suraj, do you want to go first?
Yeah, of course. So, by profession, I am a software engineer, but by passion, I am more into a product guy who loves to do research and basically on enterprise products. Apart from that, I love to architect software solution, problem solving, and research is one of my favorite things. In past, I worked with BMW as a research fellow. And at my current organization, I am more into the front end engineering part, and Angular is one of my favorite thing that I love to work on. Regarding communities, in past I was a part of DD Jalandhar as well as developer student clubs and some other communities in Punjab as well. And now I am more into the startup community and enterprise community and helping this community to build products for the next billion users. Regarding community, I am with my past experience of community from last 5 to 6 years, I can say I recommend a community to everyone that everyone should join any community. It is not like you should join a community of a specific technology or something like that. You should join community. Uh, for example, I can take developer student club or GDG as a community. So how they help you in real life is uh, being a my professional career is only of 3 years, but somehow the opportunity and the responsibility I am getting is just due to community. Then the question is how community helped me here in getting these opportunities. So the communities are not only about technology and all. Although you are learning tech skills from this GDG and DSC, apart from this, you learn a lot of non-tech skills that help you in day life, as well as becoming you a instead of becoming a robot or only an engineer, at least it help you in becoming a good human first. So this is all my experience about community and my intro.
That's really great, Suraj, and you have always inspired all of us, like in one or another way, be it leading a community or be it just rocking at the job. So that's really amazing. Who wants to go next? Anyone? Like Deepak or Shubhank? Yes, please.
All right, so hello everyone. My name is Shubhang Saxena. I'm a former DSC TIT lead. As far as my qualifications are concerned, I've won somewhere around 7 to 8 national level hackathons for the past 1.5 years. And I'm also an incoming research intern at ITD for the next 6 months. And currently, I'm also an open source fellow at MLH Fellowship. So, as far as experiences with community goes, so I felt specifically the case of my college, I felt that there was a technical gap of people with the relevant skills that are present there in the industry and the world around us. So, for me, it was like a starting point of having my own community. So, I was the person who, along with my team, founded the DSCTIT chapter last year itself. And since then I believe that my entire learning, my goals, and everything that I have achieved so far can be very well attributed to the community. And by attribution I mean in the ways like we together a team of 15-20 people in initial, we started to build a lot of projects which helps us to analyze a lot of solutions which I think like scaling solutions and a lot of technological stack that we weren't aware of in the previous terms. But now, thanks to the community, it helps us to learn in a very drastic way of many things that comes up after that. So in a personal way, I feel that communities do play a very important role in your development. And as Surat sir clearly highlighted that um, it's not just about the technological skills that you feel. It's always about the soft skills or the other non-technical skills that you like you possess with that when you're part of a community. So crazy about any stick. So I am more like I've been programming for Python for the past 2 years now, and recently I found a passion in Julia. So that is something, and I highly encourage you all to check it out, especially for the people who are into machine learning and high performance computing. So I think this is it for my introduction, and yeah, that's it.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Shubhang, for sharing those insights. Next up, who wants to go next? Maybe Bhaskar, Deepak, Arsh, Nand.
Okay. So, hello everyone. My name is Nandkishore, and I was DSC lead last year in Chandigarh group of colleges, Landra. And I am basically passionate about front-end designing and learning all the frameworks like React, Vue, Angular, and want to build some projects that will help others and other people in my society. So talking about my achievements, for me, my biggest achievement is like first I started attending all the community events. In 2017, I think I attended first event in Chitkara University of which was hosted by Facebook Developer Circles, and it was a really nice event. And the community really inspires us, and the best way to get involved is by seeking out the opportunities to learn, I think.
Okay, that's really great, Nanda. Thank you so much for sharing. So, Arsh, you wanted to go next. Would
Yeah,
you like? Thank you.
yeah. So, hi everyone. Hope you all are enjoying the sessions and this amazing evening we are here to. To introduce myself, my name is Arsh. I'm currently a final year undergraduate at NIT Jalandhar, and I'm pursuing electronics and communication engineering. Talking about my previous experiences, I'm a problem solver, and I love to solve various. I work on various technologies. I have been a part of various communities. I have worked as an intern with Indian Space Research Organization (ISRO). I have worked as an intern with Samsung Research Bangalore, and I have worked with BitGrit as a data scientist intern. That is a startup from Japan. Apart from that, I love to explore like various technologies, machine learning, deep learning, data science to be in specific. Also, I have some hands-on practice doing web development. Talking about my future prospects, I'll be an incoming software engineer at Samsung, and currently I'm interning at CodeChef. Also, to mention the part of communities that have been a part of my journey, I was the DSC lead at NIT Jalandhar for the past 1 year. So during the tenure of DSC lead, like we conducted various activities, various events, and like there are a lot of events that motivated, inspired us to achieve more and more. Like it was only DSC NIT Jalandhar from all over India that was selected as one of the top 10 projects by DSCs all over the world in the solution challenge. So these are some of the things that keep motivating you and like pushing you towards like what is there for you next. So this is something that I wish and I wanted to communicate to you like being a part of the community will always give you an edge over others, will help you provide more number of opportunities, it will increase your self confidence, and it will uh, and the most important thing, it would allow you to network with people. That is the most important thing. So this is all from my side as an introduction. Thank you, Varsha.
Thanks so much, Arsh, for answering this. That was really amazing. So who wants to go next? Deepak, Bhaskar.
Okay, I'll probably go next. So hey, my name is Deepak Yadav, and I was the past DSC lead for DSC Chandigarh University, and currently I'm working as a software development engineer at Amazon. So by far, I have been having a great experience with all the developer communities. And one of the best, like being the community was the best thing that I did during my college, because I got to connect with a lot of people who were like-minded, and I met people who had good skills, and we were able to build some cool projects and stuff so that we could have fun, right? So other than that, other than academics and everything else, my background is I'm from a Navy background. I have been living in different cities. I have uh, been living in I lived in Goa for a few years. I have got a chill mind from there, right? And yeah, so yeah, that's basically my introduction.
Thank you so much, Deepak. Thank you so much for sharing all this stuff. So, Bhaskar, it's you only. Do you want to
Okay.
share a bit more about yourself?
Yeah. Okay. So I'm currently employed at Deloitte USA, and I'm working in a cybersecurity profile since a year now. And I have been a part of GDG Jalandhar and developer student clubs since a long time, like from my first day itself during my engineering. We have worked on various technologies and like projects. We have won various competitions as well. I still remember one of my favorite competition, which was in my first semester. I won a hackathon. It was not like I did not win that competition. I wasn't the winner. I was a runner-up, but still, it gave me a quick boost and quick kickstart kind of thing in my career. And then slowly, gradually, I started competing in various IITs and NITs, and I got like prizes over there as well in a research field. And yeah, research and development is my thing which I love the most. And being a part in various communities like GDGs and DSCs, it really helps a lot to network with good people, to understand, to gain more skills. Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Bhaskar, for sharing your insights. And yes, like I totally agree with all of you as you shared, and I'm sure that our audience is also inspired enough by hearing to your stories. With that, I'll just move to the next question, and the question is for Suraj. So, Suraj, as you said that you are also working like as a product, and you are just like reading out products also. So, I'll just ask one question: that how important are non-technical skills in a techie life? Over to you.
Yeah, yeah. The thing is that only tech knowledge can't make you successful. You have read this quote somewhere in at many places, right? So the thing is that whenever you join any organization, there are multiple requirements. If we take the example of Swiggy or Zomato, this products feel on our hand feels today quite good, but it took a lot of time to develop them. Lot of iteration are included in that, and that point, there is not the only techies who are responsible for this, but techies with non-tech skill are a proper combination of you can say engineers that are required to build this kind of product. So I will just talk about the non-tech skill that I grabbed from the community, we can say. and that helped me to enhance my career as well as in, you can say, professional career. So the first skill that I can talk about is leadership. So as everyone is here, somewhat connected to community, they are managing a team of people, they are managing different kind of audience. Every day they are meeting different kind of person with different kind of mood, and some are cool and calm, some are high tempered. So basically, overall, it helps you in recognizing the human in a better way. Apart from this, all leadership skill and team management, it improves that risk taking abilities. Because in communities, what happen many times, we have to we face some uncertain things where we need to take some risk or some decisions. So overall, it helps you in improving the risk taking abilities as well as decision making stuffs as well. And whenever you are managing a team in any community, of course you have a team of 15 20 members. All are of different skill set. Some of them are good at tech, some are good at non-tech. So overall, you learn the skill of using your resources in a most efficient way. And if we combine all those skills together and put it in a corporate way or corporate culture, or you can say in a professional career, then apart from tech, this skill are going to matter a lot, and it will help you a lot in day-to-day life. For example, somehow, suppose you are working in Flipkart, and suddenly 1 million users come into your server, or you are working in Amazon, and suddenly 1 million requests are coming to your server, and that time you need to scale, or you need to take some you can say decisions. At that time you will realize that actually this community skills and this interpersonal, or you can say life skills, are actually helping you there. Yeah, so that's from my side.
Thank you so much. That were really very good insights about this. Next question is for Shubhank. Shubhank, as you have already contributed a lot in open source, so I'll just ask a question, that is, what is the best way to contribute to any open source project?
All right. So that's a very valid question, and I think that is one of the one of the biggest hurdles that any person who wants to contribute to open source faces. So I'll just take up a small story of mine, that how I started to contribute. So I was I've been programming in Django with Django for a very long period of time now. So I was interested in finding up a project which could probably take up sort of incorporate, let's say, Django. So somewhere around near the month of December or January last year, I was scrolling through all the Google Summer of Code organizations, and I found out that there was this one by Mozilla, a project by Mozilla, which incorporated Django in its underlying way. So what I did was I took up my existing skills of Django. I tried to put up some of the good first issues over there, and I tried to solve them on and on. And then I had a very constant conversation with my mentor, and then I keep on adding to my skills. So in a nutshell, how do you start to contribute to open source project is simply you pick up a skill that you probably already are efficient in, or you are like a mediocre in that, but you want to learn more. You can search it on GitHub, and like you can find n number of projects related to the stack that you are pursuing. It's like you can always find at least 10 to 20 decent projects in whatsoever skills and anything that you are proficient in. All you have to do is you have to filter out the good first issues over there in the issues that are highlighted. If not, you could see the person who has been contributing maximum to the repository. He or she might be the maintainer. You could just ping them directly on like any of the social media platforms that you can find them. Ask them about how to get started. Before doing that, just make sure that you read all the well written readme.mds and contribution. In all of the conclusion out of that is that you start directly contributing to it without thinking anything else, like do I even possess the skill? I think this is one of the biggest hurdle that stops people from contributing to open source, is that the question that, am I even good enough to contribute? It's okay. I mean, to be very honest, when I started contributing with Mozilla, I did not know that there is this thing known as environment variables in Django. And you people can search it on the internet. but still I managed to pull up a pull request at the end of like a week or so. So it's all about the constant learning that you do. So never feel that you are not well enough suited for any open source contribution. And one more thing that I find people around me getting engaged in sort of thing is that for contributing to open source, you got to be part of open source programs like Google Summer of Code or MLH Fellowship or Outreach. You really don't need a program to get starting with open source. All you have to do is pick up a repository of your favorite of your choice and just start contributing to the code. The outcome of your learnings can then result into like achievement of Google Summer of Code or anything like that. So these were like my 2 cents on how you can contribute to open source project.
That's really great, Shubhang. Thank you so much for sharing these insights. And I hope that after this, many doubts would have been cleared that how to start with open source. If not, maybe you can connect with Shubhang on LinkedIn or wherever he is like okay to get connected with you. With that, I'll just ask the next question, and it's for Nand. That is, what is the importance of being a part of a developer community? I know that we have heard a lot that how it's going to help, but maybe a bit more. So over to you, Nand. Oh. Okay, I think Nand's internet is not working, so maybe we can move ahead with the next question, and that is for Deepak. So, Deepak, the only question which wanted to ask is, what is more important, skills or marks? Like you have already, like you are in Amazon, and you said that yes, you took part in various hackathons, and you have been part of various competitions and all. So, what do you think? Like skills are important or marks? Over to you.
Hey, hi. So I think it totally you can make the choice by yourself by totally asking what do you exactly want. Right? If you are expecting that, hey, you just want a 10 CGPA, and that 10 CGPA with the the best student of the year trophy would do everything for you. I think like will fulfill most of your wishes. Then I think, yeah, you should definitely focus on achieving marks in your college. But if you are looking for to be successful or to be more reliant in life after college, right, where your professional life begins, I think maybe you need to go move ahead from just your syllabus, because there is a huge gap between the tech industry right now and the syllabus that we have. Because the syllabus was built like years ago, and we are still teaching computer science as any other engineering subject, which is very different, right? So I would say that, hey, if you think that, hey, this is what you want, you just want a good student award and just a good CGPA, I think you should definitely go for marks. But if you want to be successful ahead in your life, successful in tech career, I think you should start with exploring things that are outside your syllabus, right? I'm not a scholar, of course. I'm an average uh, student, but yeah, I never stuck to the syllabus, and I always used to explore beyond the syllabus, right? And a lot of people are like, hey, must be like, hey, how can I have exploring outside the syllabus and doing the syllabus as well? It totally boils down to the time management. If you, I basically had managed everything properly. I used to study just two days before exams, and most of the time I used to spend uh, working and exploring all the technologies around me. So yeah, it was just 2 days was like a hackathon for me, where I just had 2 days to get done with the syllabus, and it was a really exciting time. And as soon as the exams were over, I was like, hey, the whole hackathon is over. Now uh, I used to get a very peaceful sleep, and like this is how I used to maintain most of my college time. Only during examinations I used to study for the syllabus, and rest of the time I used to study for the professional career that I'm going to step in ahead. Right. So that would be the piece of that's what I would infer if people are saying that, hey, they're not able to maintain uh, they're not able to focus on syllabus, or they want to go syllabus versus the tech around, right? The skills, industry skills that you're looking for, right? So I think the problem would be in the time management. So this is how I solve problem for me. It might work for you. There are like many different ways in which you can do that. So maybe you can just start googling about it, like, hey, how can I manage time?
Yes.
I
Thank
think
you
I'm
so
good.
much. Okay, thank you so much, Deepak. And I think we all can totally relate to this two-day hackathon word, because yes, it also happened with me. Also, it was like, okay, it was for me. I can say 12 hours hackathon just a night before the exam, and then it's like, okay, need to get this done and need to just like revise all those stuff, that okay, what will be there in the syllabus, and just go ahead. So I totally agree with you. Yes, if you and I hope that many of I just believe that many of you agree to this, that yes, what is important based on what you want to do, or what's your aim is. And with that, I think we are having none now. So maybe I'll ask the questions one again. That is, what is the importance of being a part of the developer community? Over to you, Nand.
Okay. So, first of all, I want to say about this. As a developers community, we all know that industries are moving towards all the developer community, and they are both online and in-person forums arisen suddenly to solve problems, create learning opportunities, and they are encouraging networking. So, I think in-person events, including meetups and conferences, provide more relationship building, learning, and career development. I have started first. My first event I attended, as I earlier mentioned, is in 2017, and I really enjoyed a lot working with the community. The community inspires us, and the best way to get is by opportunities to learn. We get the opportunity to share our knowledge in community. We can collaborate on projects and a lot of fun activities. So these are some of the key points. And uh, these days, you can also join communities on Stack Overflow, Discord, and such things.
Okay. Thank you so much, Nand. And I totally like I agreed with you what you said. With that, I just want to ask one question, that is for Bhaskar, is what languages would you recommend for anyone who is interested in cybersecurity, and why? And the question is regarding cybersecurity, because I know you personally, and I know that you are the best person so far. Like in cybersecurity, and like you are already doing that professionally also. So yes, over to you.
Okay, so okay, so when it comes to cybersecurity, this is the most common question which I like deal with each and every event or any there and now. So for cybersecurity, I would not recommend just for a single language. Like, okay, if you are good at Python, if you are good at shell scripting, it's done. So when it comes to cybersecurity, it's really important for you to understand and code in various languages as well. Not a single language will not help you at all. So during our during my internship specifically, we had to find vulnerabilities, and then I'm getting kind of echo. Can yeah, okay. So what we had to do is we had to write few exploits. We have to write few like custom exploits which could attack an particular environment. So that is not a simple cybersecurity candidate can do. You should be good at programming as well. You should be good at software development. So without those skills keeping in hand, that is not possible for being in a professional career of cybersecurity. And like for recommending a specific language, to be precise and to be like on a straight direction, yes, Python is important because it is very easy to write exploits in Python. And then to develop something, some custom exploit kind of thing for multi-threading and other stuffs, I would recommend Java for that. And yeah, Java, Python, shell programming, simple web development will help a lot. And something like Node.js will really be a boost in your cybersecurity career, because these things will help you to enlarge and understand more into the technology field, so that once you know how to develop things, you'll be able to destroy it easily. And it is not only about the destroying concept, because people think that, yeah, I can destroy something like that, but it is all about securing it before some bad person comes in. So that's it.
Okay, thank you so much, Bhaskar. I can see that yes, someone commented that this was the question which he also wanted to ask. So I hope that the question has been answered now. I have a next question, and that is for Arsh. So Arsh, the question is that sorry, is it necessary to participate competitive programming, and how it helped you in your journey? Like, you said that you have interned with ISRO and Samsung, and then Coach Chef. So, how this competitive programming is helping you in growing in your journey? Over to you, Raj.
Hey Varsha, like this is the most important question whenever a beginner is given this word competitive programming. Like, what is competitive programming actually? But people fail to understand what is the actual meaning of competitive programming. Like, if I talk about what is competitive programming, it's basically equal to problem solving. So if you're a good problem solver, and that means you're a good competitive programmer. Competitive programming, as far as in my journey or in anybody's journey, how it could be helpful, or like what is the like should we practice competitive programming, is it necessary to secure a job or something like that? Like, for example, if you are aiming a good product based company, so definitely I would not say competitive programming, but it's problem solving that matters the most. If you're given a new problem on the spot, you are able to find various innovative solutions so that you can solve that problem in the best possible way. That is competitive programming. Not only in the student life or in the college life, I would say when you move on to a company or you work on a certain project, industry led project, so there also, like, you are having a certain problem and you need to find out the innovative solutions of that problem. So that is basically how we are inspired and how we are trained on to learn competitive programming, and so that we can further apply that to our software development life cycle, and we can improve upon our products and can build some great products in that company. So this is the importance of competitive programming. As far as my journey has been concerned, I have been practicing competitive programming on some platforms. Like, it is something that could not be learned. Like, it is not a midnight thing. Like, ek raat mein we can't do competitive programming. It's something like which should be taken gradually, maybe solving 3-4 questions every day or some questions on the weekend, and gradually you'll be able to get to your end result that you're looking forward to. So competitive programming isn't necessary, but good problem solving skills are necessary. I hope that serves the answer.
Yes, thank you so much, Arsh. And I totally agree to this line that yes, it's not a midnight thing, or it's not like that you will be ready to solve any question, or you will be a good problem solver in one day. It really needs dedication and just the passion to, yes, I am doing this, and just like you should be ready, one should be committed enough to practice this competitive programming or whatever problem solving. And I hope that it helped you all, that how you can just start and how it's going to help you in your journey or in your professional life. With that, I would just move to the last question, which is not the least. So this question is for everyone. You all have been the part of developers community, and you all have contributed a lot in these communities, shaping careers of many people, inspiring so many people around you, and maybe having a great life ahead too. So I just want to ask one question, that is, what is that one advice which you will give to the people listening to this discussion today? And anyone who wants to go first, like Suraj, do you want to go first?
Yeah, of course. So the only advice that I just want to give is, it's quite short and simple. Before becoming anything like engineer, doctor, anything else, try to become a good human. That's the only thing you can. I will suggest, if you are a good human, you can do anything, and if you are not good on your humanism side, then there is a problem. So this is the one suggestion that
Okay,
I will love to
that's
give.
something which we all need. Like, yes, one should be a nice person and kind-hearted human, and then I think everything is easy to achieve, or like whatever you want, you'll be getting that in life. So who wants to go next? Shubhang.
I can go. So one of the biggest advice that I want to give out to the people who are listening to this is that please follow whatever your heart tells you to do. I mean, I know this sounds very cliche, and like most of the movies has tried to convey this, but coming from a non-CS background and then doing it in a very well mannered, in a very systematic manner in the field of computer science, I've always been told around by the people around me that, hey, you are not supposed to do this. For those of you who don't know, my majors is electronics and communication engineering, and when I was in class 11th and 12th, I had physical education with me. So the only one advice that I took and followed it for my entire computer science journey is that you always do whatever you want to do, irrespective of whatever the people around you are doing. It's like most of us tend to do or follow up a stream or anything that we feel like, hey, that person followed the same path and now he or she is successful. But the most important thing that everyone needs to understand, that maybe the particular task or the methods of doing stuff worked for them, for the other people. It may or may not. Most of the cases, it does not work for you. So try to be your own, you could say, a path weaver, or the person who wants to work according to your plans. So just try to streamline and just do whatever you want to do. Don't follow in the traps of other people. So this was my like small advice.
Definitely. Thank you so much, Shubhank. And I think this is really important to say that yes, always follow your passion. Whatever you are passionate about, just follow that, and you will touch the heights, and you will be successful for sure. Thank you so much. Who wants to go next? Nan, do you want to share your one advice with
Sure.
our audience today?
I only want to say that be positive about everything and try to take some simple responsibilities on yourself. And not only some of you, all of you are able to do great things, but some of you have imposter syndrome. Like they always go deep down thinking that am I able to do this or that. So be positive, keep learning and inspiring.
That's really great. Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much. Positivity is what we all need if in this pandemic season for like if I'll be precise. So yes, thank you so much, Nand. So anyone who wants to go next? Deepak, Bhaskar, Arsh. Um, okay, Arsh, please over to you.
So I agree with all the speakers before, like whatever they are giving the advices. But like people have defined the word roadmap, like roadmap to this, roadmap to this, roadmap to this. But I would differ in this perspective. Like it's not a particular roadmap that is suitable for everyone. Everyone has his or her own roadmap. So I would say like everyone has his or her own pace. So try to follow your own pace, set your targets, and try to achieve them gradually. Like there will be some ups and downs. Don't be in depression, or don't underestimate yourself. You will achieve at some point of time, and this is your own pace. Don't compare yourself with others. So this is something that I wanted to tell people. And also at the end, what matters is your skills. Whatsoever skills you possess, whether it can be technical, whether it can be non-technical, but focus upon your skills. That will pay you at the end. Thank you.
That's really great. Like Arsh, I think I can sum up all those words in one line. That is, be yourself. Whatever you feel like, yes, this is how I want to set my target. This is how I want my life to be. Just be you, and yes, keep moving. Keep doing what you want to. Um, Thank you so much, Deepak, Bhaskar. Who wants to answer that?
Okay,
Okay, Bhaskar. Thank you.
I'm coming. So the one advice which I want to give to everyone, I have even seen comments and even Arsha said that something about roadmap thing. So yeah, each and every one of us have our own roadmap, and even you guys will be following your own roadmap. So in some time, like when I was in my like engineering field, in my second year, I guess, even I was searching for few mentors to guide me and like get some good roadmap, right? So that is not how it works always. You have to understand the concept, you have to be good at researching. That is the essential part of for any career, and the prerequisites which you need to learn, right? But the advice which I want to give is like don't listen to people who always like compare you or try to backstab you. Just walk away. And yes, whatever wisdom you have, whatever skill set you have, just don't keep it to yourself. Try to give it, forward. Help other people as well in the community, for your friends, or in the section in class, wherever you are. It will help you to enhance your own skill set, and in meantime you will also learn something new from your batchmates, or your from the community in which you are contributing. So that will help a lot, and it has helped me a lot. Yeah.
That's really
So
awesome.
that's
Thank you so much, Bhaskar.
Thank you.
And I think the one advice was just keep moving forward. Don't underestimate yourself. And yes, keep moving. Trust yourself, and you will rock. Over to you, Deepak. We want to hear you.
Yeah. So, I would like to give like one more advice. It would be like, hey, try different things most of the time. Like, if you are good with cooking, maybe try something else. Maybe try playing a guitar. Maybe try, dancing. Try swimming. Right. So you need to try keep on trying different things so that you can explore life and fulfill like most of the things that you want to do in your life. And Similarly, in tech world, you need to try out different things. You need to try out Python, Java. You need to try out. You should try out someday everything like machine learning. You need to try out uh, cloud processing, these kind of things. Just give it a shot. Just say that it's not going to be harmful. Just give it a shot and see how it works. Because maybe someday in future it will click to you that hey, you could have used machine learning over here. You could have used cloud computing. You could have used stream processing over here, right? So you need to know what are the things that are out there. You need to be aware of those things because whenever it clicks that hey, now is the time. You want to build something. You shouldn't run out of resources or knowledge or awareness that what things are around you, right? And yeah, out of the tech world, try dancing, try singing, try different instruments, enjoy your life, and don't stress out, burn out, and yeah, that's all.
Thank you so much, Deepak. And that was really, really good. That yes, we all should be open for almost all those technologies or all those opportunities available. Maybe I'll give one advice is uh, just one thing, and that is so simple: is smile and keep breathing. I know that it might be off topic from all those which were shared, but yes, if it will help you in almost all the case. If maybe if you are getting a error in your code, maybe you can just take a deep breath, and later on you will just realize, oh, that was a semicolon glitch. Maybe if you are facing issues in your life, like okay, you are trying hard to do something to achieve your goal, and the luck is not with you, or maybe it is going to take time to serve the tastiest food in your plate. Just smile and take a deep breath that yes, I am amazing, I can do this. Maybe it will take more time. Maybe if my friends are doing this in 10 minutes, yes, you need not to compare, and you will do that in 20 minutes. Maybe I can summarize this with one thing is yes, be human and keep your passion alive with positivity filled, and always set a roadmap with your own pace and set the targets which you want to hit. Have your prerequisites sorted and take things forward, even if you think that maybe you will not be able to excel that at one go. It's okay. Take this forward as much as you can. Try different things and explore your life as much as you can. Explore technologies if you are a techie. As a human, just keep exploring. And yes, this was just a sum up of all those advices which was given by the panelists today. I just noted down the points and I made a simple line advice for you all. I hope with that, I hope that everyone, like you all enjoyed. And yes, I can see there were various questions in the comment section. You may reach out to our speakers in the Discord server or on their Twitter handle. We'll share the Twitter handle soon in the chat section, so maybe you can just reach out to them on Twitter too. That yes, I would love to thank you to say thanks to my all the speakers and panelists today for these insightful answers. I hope that you all enjoyed answering these questions to our speakers, and you all just loved speaking about all those things. Thank you so much for being the part of this DevMela panel. And with that, yeah, I'm signing off. Take care.
Thank you, Varsha and panelists. I'm sorry. Technologies are emerging day by day. Now, the world is full of ML, like towards it's showing enthusiasm towards ML, where you can train your machine to get the things done. Isn't it fascinating? Our speaker Ravi will talk more about it. Over to you, Ravi.
Hi guys, welcome everyone. My name is Ravi Rana and I am DSC lead for Chandigarh group of colleges, and I am here to talk to you about machine learning and how is it fascinating. So before beginning this session, I would like to give a shout out to the comment section group gang. You are the real OP. So let's talk about machine learning. So today what we'll cover? We'll cover what is machine learning, how is it different from the traditional programming, but how AI and ML are used interchangeably, the role of maths and machine learning, the machine learning process, things ML can do, ML roadmap according to me a beginner can follow, and resources from where I have learned ML. So how we are going to proceed in this session. So in this session we'll take a rudimentary understanding of machine learning by this definition. So what is machine learning? Machine learning is the study of computer algorithms that improve automatically through experience. So let's just jot it down in our memories the that the machine learning algorithms improve automatically through experience. That how that the number of times they are used, the number of times the model is run, it improves automatically. So how is it different? So how is it different from traditional programming? What things do we do differently in machine learning that we do in rule based programming or traditional programming? So here is a summarization of rule based approach versus machine learning. So rule based approach is the traditional type of programming that we all do, the traditional type of programming that you do in C++, the conditional based programming, then if this then do this, else do this. So let's take an example to learn what is rule based approach. So let's consider this scenario. There is a girl, you have given a problem to distinguish the activity, to recognize the activity the girl is doing. So you have initially given three activities, that the girl is walking, running and cycling. Let's talk about these three cases first. So if you can program it, if the girl speed is less than 4 km per hour, let's say if her speed is less than 4 km per hour, then then we can assign the status as walking. That and for now running, what you can do, you can add an additional else condition, that if the speed increases than 4 km per hour, then the status is running. So now you have to include cycling. What condition can you make? So you go like, okay, now if the girl can run only at the maximum speed of 12 km per hour, so if speed is less than 12 km per hour, she is running, else she is cycling. So now I am the problem setter, me, I've given you another scenario, that now the girl is golfing. What conditions would you define to recognize this activity? What would you do? What else condition can you make it? So you have stuck a roadblock. So how would you proceed in this? So that's where ML comes in. So this is a traditional rule based approach. We provide rules, we provide data, and our algorithm gives us answer. If speed is less than 4 kilometer, she is walking, else she is running. This is the traditional rule based approach. So, and how does it differ from the machine learning based approach? In machine learning based approach, while preparing your model, while preparing your machine learning algorithm, you provide answers first hand before the rules. So sound confusing, isn't it? But here let's consider this. In the but in machine learning process, what you do while training the machine learning model, you give it various scenarios, you give it various data that when the girl is golfing, her speed, her body, BPM, her pulse per minute, her heartbeat, and differs by this much. So you provide answers beforehand. So now the machine learning model trains on it and gives you rules. It recognizes for you when you give it a situation. So that's how a rule based model differs from a machine learning based approach. So to summarize these both, rule based approach, rules are defined, and in machine learning, the machine learning learns patterns from data, and in rule based approach, improvements come from algorithms and networks. If you have to improve your program, if you have to improve your algorithm, you have to change the code of it. And in machine learning, what you have to do, you just have to provide additional data so that the machine learning model can learn more efficiently and can provide you with desired results. If you have to include another scenario, just provide enough data so that your model can learn about that scenario and predict answers for you. So AI or ML, let me tell you something, they are not the same. Some people in the chat box might be thinking what he is saying, is he know about AI at all, do he know about machine learning at all? But trust me, they are not the same. So this is the diagram that this model can distinguish between AI and ML for you. Actually, what is artificial intelligence? Artificial intelligence is a broader term. Artificial intelligence includes machines that can mimic human behavior. So in artificial intelligence, we can see here that it is a broader term, that is a broader aspect. So it includes many things. It includes robotics in it, it includes use of IoT devices, and it includes use of machine learning and stuff like that. So artificial intelligence is a broader term. And now what is machine learning? Machine learning is a subset of artificial intelligence. Machine learning includes statisticals or mathematical models, and I cannot stress the word mathematical enough. Machine learning includes mathematical models to enable machine to improve through experience. In machine learning, we do not generally use robotics or IoT. The machine learning is purely a mathematics based model which is trained upon a training data set to provide answers to you. So, and now what is deep learning? Here is a cherry on the top for you. Deep learning is a subset of machine learning in which the learning process is done through neural networks. The networks will try to mimic the human brains, which try to mimic the neurons in human brains. So in general, what we can say, artificial intelligence is the superset, and machine learning and deep learning are subsets of artificial intelligence. So now that we are clear, we know where to use artificial intelligence and where to use machine learning. If we are just simply making a model to distinguish between the image of a cat or an image of a dog, then it is a machine learning model. If you are applying the model to an Internet of Things based device, you are actually recognizing it using an industrial standard camera. So that is a whole artificial intelligence based concept. So you cannot use the terms artificial intelligence and machine learning interchangeably. So maths and machine learning. In the previous slide, I have told that I cannot stress the word maths enough. So how maths is dependent, how machine learning is actually dependent on maths. So maths and machine learning. What are various machine learning algorithms? The popular machine learning algorithms are nothing but famous mathematical approaches. Let us take an example. Let us talk about a linear regression model. What the linear regression model does? We provide data to this model and it predicts values for us. So actually what is going behind this, what is going on the backstage in this machine learning model of linear regression? It is nothing but a mathematical equation that we have all learned in our 11th standard. Y is equal to mx plus c. So here how it works: we have two data points, we have two variables y and x. So y is the dependent variable and x is the independent variable. We change the value of x to predict the value of y. So the linear regression model helps us in prediction of continuous data, and it is nothing but a mathematical approach. So machine learning includes various intersects of statistical, calculus and probabilistic approaches. So why you should learn maths while learning machine learning? Why you should know the mathematics behind machine learning algorithm? You might have been thinking that I am just going to implement this by using my Python code. So why I should know the maths behind it? The reason that you should know the maths behind machine learning is that you can apply an algorithm to a data set by only knowing the code behind it. But you can improve the data, you can improve the model, you can improve the accuracy of the model, you can change various hyperparameters of the model to yield more accurate results if you know how the machine learning model is working in the backstage, if you know what variables are needed, how the linear regression algorithm really works, how in y is equal to mx plus c, what is the role of m and c. So by knowing all this, you can yield more important machine learning models that gives accurate results, near accurate in some cases. So that is the whole logic, that is the whole reasoning behind learning maths and machine learning. So machine learning process, we have talked about the standard rule based approach, that we provide rules and we provide data and it gives us answer. So what happens in the machine learning process? So to understand this process, let's take an example. Let us predict the price of second hand or used cars. So what would we have? For machine learning, we would have data. We would have data on how previously these cars were sold. At what prices the car was sold in the market. So we have a raw data in it. So what do I mean when I say raw data? In raw data, you would have various unnecessary aspects of the data. Suppose, let us take an example of a Maruti Suzuki Swift 2010 model. We have in raw data, we would have many number of parameters in it. We would have the year make of the car, we would have the engine capacity of the car, we would have the sitting capacity of the car, and we would also let's say for the sake of the explanation, let's say we have the name of the previous owner of the car, the address of the previous owner of the car. So let me just ask you a general question: would it really matter to the price of the car if we by the name of the previous owner? What main things would be the price of a second hand car would depend upon? It would depend upon the how many miles it has been driven, the setting capacity, the engine capacity, and things like that. So we'll do pre-processing on our raw data. We will remove the unnecessary data fields like the name of the previous user, the address of the previous user. So now what would we have? We would have structured data. So now we have structured data, we have pre-processed, we have cleaned the data, we have only necessary things in the data. So now what we'll do, we'll apply a learning algorithm. So throwback, we have used linear regression, and I have told you linear regression is used for prediction. So we will apply a linear regression based model in it, y is equal to mx plus c, where what is y? Y is the price of the used car, and what are various x's? Various x's are the parameters like the setting capacity, that what we pre-processed, the important aspects on which the price of the used car depend, the setting capacity, the engine capacity, the number of the miles the cars have driven. So we apply this learning algorithm to it, and it would help us predict various prices. It would help us predict various prices of used cars. So now what it yield to us, it will give us a candidate model. What is a candidate model? In the candidate model, we have a desired accuracies. I have tuned my hyperparameters, I have changed I have fine tuned the model. Now it is yielding my desired accuracy, say 92%, and so my machine learning model is 92% accurate. So now this model is called a candidate model. This model would not be good if it is not used, if it can't be used, if it would not be able to make predictions, if it is not been deployed. So we will deploy the selected model, we will deploy the candidate model on a cloud based service like GCP, AWS, or Microsoft Azure, and now we'll have a golden model. What is a golden model? The golden model is the whole processed model which included raw data, which we pre-processed, we applied the machine learning algorithm to it, and then we deployed it, and then we have golden model. Then I can send it to you, the end user, to enter the prices of various cars, to enter the features of a various cars, and it would help you predict the price of your used car. So now the whole process is repeated. The thing that price of the car that it helped you predict it goes into your raw data and it learns from it. So this is how the machine learning model automatically improves through experience. It is continuously learning. It is also learning from its answer. So this is the whole machine learning process. So now we have learned about what can ML do, role of maths and machine learning, and a difference between AI and ML. So what can ML do? Where would you use machine learning? So the first thing, classification. Classification is a common example of machine learning. If you are listening carefully, the first example for machine learning that I have used was to differentiate between the images of cat and a dog. So classification is the most common example of machine learning. So you can see that in this GIF that I have included in my slide. You have made the machine learning model. You have trained the model on two type of images, the images of cats and images of dogs. You have labeled the images. What do I mean when I say labeled the images? So by labeling, I mean when your machine learning model is learning to differentiate between the images of cat and dog, you have helped it by naming the images, that this is the image of a cat, this is the image of a dog. So you have helped it by labeling these two images. Your machine learning model have now learned, and now you, the end user, provided with the image, and it helps you to classify between the image of a cat and a dog. Suppose I upload an image of a dog, it would give me that this is the image of a dog. The machine and the backstage, what would be going on, the machine learning model would recognize that there are two classes, cat and dog, and when I input my image, it would label it by the percentage of confidence, that I am 85% confident that this image uploaded by my user is an image of a dog. So it would give me a label, a class, and the percentage of how much confident that is. So regression, we have talked about regression to pretty much this entire session. So a quick recap, what is regression? Regression consists of a set of machine learning methods that allow you to predict a continuous outcome variable. What is a continuous outcome variable? A continuous outcome variable is that depends upon two types of variable, the dependent variable, that is y, and independent variable, the x. So that would roughly sum up a continuous outcome variable. So what you try to do, if you remember, y is equal to mx plus c would yield a straight line for us. So you arrange your data sets in such a way and you try to predict a straight line through it, and this straight line would help you to predict the outcomes for various x's and help you determine your dependent variable. So this is a regression model. Now clustering is an type of unsupervised machine learning task. We will talk about supervised and unsupervised machine learning task in the later section. So in the unsupervised machine learning task, clustering is an unsupervised machine learning task. So what happens, let's suppose I have given my machine learning algorithm four type of data, red, green, orange, blue. I have given this four type of data points, and I've said it, hey model, help me to cluster these, help me to group similar type of colors together. But me, I am a colorblind person, but I can't help you in determining that which color is which. So the data is not labeled. You see the difference, that while we were predicting in the classification between images of cats and dog, we have told this that this is the image of a cat and this is the image of a dog. But in clustering, I cannot tell him that this is red color, this is green, this is yellow, or this is blue. Why? Because I am colorblind. So my machine learning model would say, okay, no problem, I would learn that on my own. So this is an unsupervised machine learning task. Clustering is an unsupervised machine learning task, that your different colors would be arranged in different clusters, that this is the red cluster, this is the green cluster, this is the yellow cluster, and this is the blue cluster. And the most interesting thing is that you have not defined it, that which color is which. It learns on its own. So this is clustering for you. Sequence prediction. So what is sequence prediction? We are pretty much known to this really buggy situation that we all have to face while using a new keyboard. The most annoying feature in your Android keyboard would be in that it tries to predict what you are trying to say. So that, my friend, is machine learning going in the backstage for you. So in what happens in sequence prediction, you might have noticed that when you have purchased a new phone, the prediction of its keyboard are really erroneous. Why? Because in sequence prediction, what happens, the machine learning model tries to mimic your writing pattern, tries to mimic what you'll try to write next. So suppose I'm filling a form, and everywhere I am writing my name is Ravi Rana. So the machine learning algorithm learns from it, and next time when I automatically try to write my name is, it would suggest to me Ravi Rana. So this is sequence prediction. The machine learning model learns upon the from your previous typing experiences, from your previous typing knowledge, that what would you try to write next. So when you purchase a new Android phone, generally any new phone, the erroneous prediction is generally due to the lack of the data that is present in the system, that is present in the machine learning model. Give it some time, it will improve, trust me. Style transfer. It is the most interesting type of machine learning algorithm that is available for us. So what happens in style transfer? In style transfer, we train a machine learning model on a type of data, on one set of data, and then apply that model to something completely different. So what is going on? What happens in this? So in style transfer, let's say you have an image, the images available on your screen. The images consist of 3 different images. So in the first image, what's happening? Let's treat them as 3 different images. So in the first image, what's happening? We have trained a machine learning model to generate images of Victorian style houses shown in the first image. So what we'll do, we'll train a machine learning model on a data set of Victorian type houses. So now we have a machine learning model that is trained on a set of data that is the Victorian houses. So now what happens? Now what we'll do? So now let's do a fun thing and apply that machine learning model on abstract images. So what would it yield us? It would yield us Victorian type houses in the abstract way. So this is style transfer. We trained a machine learning model on one set of data and then apply that model to something completely different. So now we have seen what can machine learning do, the powers of machine learning. So are there types in machine learning? Yes, we have talked about it, we have heard about it, supervised and unsupervised machine learning. So quickly, what is supervised machine learning? In supervised machine learning, you provide label to your data while your machine learning model is learning. So example of it, the cat and the mouse classification, the cat and the dog classification model, and we have provided the machine learning model that this is the cat, this is the dog. So this is an example of supervised machine learning. And unsupervised machine learning, throwback to our clustering problem, red, green, yellow, blue. We cannot define for our machine learning algorithm that how we can do that. So we use the k-means clustering machine learning algorithm, and it learns the similarity on this data. So that pretty much is a difference of supervised and unsupervised machine learning. So for supervised machine learning, we provide labels to the data, and in unsupervised machine learning, you do not provide label to your data. Machine learning roadmap. So as it was pinpointed in the previous panel discussion, that roadmap differs from everyone's, but I've tried to included a machine learning roadmap that is beginner friendly, and which was followed by me, and which is generally the convention. So machine learning, so as I've already said, get started with linear algebra, multivariate calculus, and statistics. Why? Because these machine learning models are nothing but mathematical models, and as talked earlier, and these are made up of linear algebra, multivariate calculus, your integration and differentiations, and statistics. So these three subjects that you have pretty much hated in your college life play a huge role in machine learning. So moving on, select your primary language. Right now we have two most prevalent languages that are available for machine learning development. There are other programming languages, but these two are prevalent because most of the development is going on in these two languages, Python and R. So select the primary language. I code in Python. So next, get yourself familiar with the ML terminology. So get yourself familiar with ML terminology. What is ML terminology? ML terminology includes various machine learning algorithms. So in the previous slides, I've talked about my machine learning models doing clustering, my machine learning model doing style transfer, my machine learning model doing sequence prediction. So what is this? But how would it would be possible? That it would be only be possible if you get yourself familiar with different machine learning algorithms. Get yourself familiar with how this classification is done, what algorithm is used for classification, what algorithm is used for clustering, and what algorithm is used for style transfer. So get yourself familiar with this ML terminology. Now start implementing the terminology on previous available data sets. So various ML geeks out there must know that these three data sets are most common machine learning data sets that is available in the market: the Titanic survival prediction dataset, IRIS flower classification dataset, and MNIST digit recognition dataset. And there are many other like wine quality, etc., wine quality prediction, etc., etc. So start implementing the terminology that you have learned. Start implementing the machine learning algorithms that you have learned on these datasets, because you have many solutions available to you for your guidance, for your walkthrough, so that you can know how various machine learning developers have approached these data sets. So start implementing the terminology on these data sets. So now next step, participate in Kaggle competition. So those who do not know, Kaggle is a platform for data scientists and machine learning, and it includes tons of machine learning data sets that you can use for your own project, that you can use to develop your own project. And Kaggle routinely organizes competition, and the winners are rewarded. So participate in Kaggle competition, get a view of what various machine learning developers are practicing, how they are approaching the given problem, and it would help you gain experience, it would help you gain practice. Now read a lot. So as you all know that machine learning is a ever growing field. It is Many innovations are going on in it, many innovations, and many researchers are working on various machine learning models, and many researchers are working on finding various new techniques for machine learning. So it is an ever evolving field, and right now it is in trend. So continuous changes are occurring here. So read a lot, and I cannot stress this enough. Read a lot. Read about various machine learning research papers that are being published across the world. Read various machine learning blogs and get yourself up to date. Stay up to date if you want to practice machine learning. So now we have talked about machine learning roadmap. So how one can learn this. So I'm going to share with you resources that I have used These machine learning resources, the machine learning course by Andrew Ng. Andrew Ng is Andrew Ng is, let me say in the terms that you guys must understand, is the OP of machine learning practitioners. He he was he is the one who started Coursera. He actually headed the Google Brain project, and so this machine learning course is present in Coursera. It is an 11-week course. It is developed and taught by Andrew Ng. It includes basic to advanced level machine learning, and start with it includes the maths behind various algorithms and how to apply these algorithms. So, and again the course name is machine learning. It is presented by Andrew Ng, and it is available in Coursera. Now if you want to do a crash course, like a quick review through various machine learning concepts, so how can you proceed? Machine learning crash course, that is available by Google developers. It is available if you google it, just google it MLCC by Google developers or machine learning crash course. It is a pretty good course. It covers various all the concepts of machine learning, and it includes various walkthroughs through Googlers and the people who behind Google Brain, people behind Google AI. So machine learning crash course for you. Now scikit documentation. So what is scikit? Scikit is a very famous Python library, and that is used for machine learning purposes. So why scikit documentation? Because scikit documentation is very richly written and can include include code and mathematical representation of machine learning algorithms. So in the scikit definition documentation, you would be available with code and the maths here there itself. So scikit documentation for you. That's scikit documentation for you. Now popular blogs, like analytics with the NKD nuggets. These blogs publish regular tutorials, regular updates for in the field of machine learning. They include walkthroughs, they include machine learning cheat sheets and stuff like that. So popular blogs, and they are free to access. So these are the resources that were followed by me, and you can also follow that, and they are generally good resources. So now my so I'd like to share a quote with you, and it is my favorite quote from Alan Turing from 1947. He said that what we want is a machine that can learn from experience. So it is a really interesting anecdote. Search about Alan Turing and his quest in machine learning and how machine learning helped us win the Second World War. So we have really a shortage of time right now, but I would have loved to share with it. But it's your food for thought. Search about him. Search about how machine learning helped in World War II. And let me tell you just one thing. It helped in shortening the war by 2 years. So thank you everyone for joining me, and if you have any doubts, ask on our Discord server or tweet to me at Ravi Rana. The Twitter handle is available on your screen, and follow me. I tweet about Real Madrid, football and machine learning. Thank you everyone. Bye.
Thank you, Ravi. It's a whole lot of very informative session about machine learning, and thank you for resources especially. Next, we have about UI. UI plays an important role in a developer career. You need to design a UI which helps people to understand your product well. Our speaker, Nand Kishore, former DSC lead from Chandigarh Group of Colleges CGC. He will talk about how to design UI. Let's welcome. Over to you, Nand.
Hello everyone, my name is Nand Kishore and today I will take you through the journey of creating beautiful and implementable UI designs. So first, I would like to differentiate between the two very similar terms, which is UI and UX, because many of you get confused when you see these both terms and not knowing the exact difference, what is UI and UX. So first, we will talk about UX designing. So according to Wikipedia, user experience design is the process of supporting user behavior through the usability, usefulness, and desirability provided in the interaction with the product. So this is a very complex definition for a beginner in UI UX. So I will explain this to you in a layman language. So what is UX designing? UX designing is basically making the product more usable and enjoyable with the user. Now let me give you an example. Right now I am sitting on a chair. So what is the role of a UX designer? He has to go into the thinking that how he can make my experience more better with this chair, whether he is using 3 legs or 4 legs of this chair. Okay, so now we are moving towards our next definition, that is UI designing. UI designing is nothing but adding the look and feel to the product. Like, but without UX designing, you can't do UI designing, because without UX, it is like throwing off all the colors on the canvas without knowing what structure you have to follow. Okay, so now I want to give you an example to demonstrate what is UX and UI simply. So the work of a UX designer is to made a skeleton, and then he passes off that skeleton to the UI designer. And what the UI designer will do? He will add clothes, skin tones, and colors to it. So these are role of both UI and UX designer respectively. So now we are going to talk about the responsibilities of both. Okay. So here is a graph which is showing all the responsibilities of a UX and UI designer. On the left side, we have UX designer responsibilities. First is interaction design, how your user is interacting with your application or your software. Prototypes and wireframes. UX designer has a responsibility to create all the wireframes. He has to lay out content on the screen, and then we come to the user research part. We have information architecture scenarios. Okay, so these are all the responsibilities of a UX designer. I will cover up all these in my next slides. Next we have UI designing. So the role of the UI designer is to add visual look to the product. It covers all the colors, graphics, layouts, typography. He has to follow all the branding guide provided to him. Okay, so now I will cover up all the terms one by one. So these are the key concepts. First, I will cover up user flow, then wireframing, interaction design, prototype, and then research and analytics. Okay, so first we will talk about what is user flow. So user flow is a basically part taken by any user to complete its goal. Let me give you an example. Right now, I am feeling hungry and I want to place an order on Zomato. So what I will do, I will open up Zomato app and look out for any pizza and place my order. So the part taken by me, first I opened my app, then I selected a restaurant, then I clicked on whichever product, maybe pizza or whatever you want to like. So this pass, so they have to create all the scenarios that where their user can go. Okay. So next we have wireframing. Wireframing is basically it is used to lay out all the content and functionality of a page. Like whenever you open up an app and you first click on sign up with Google, then where this page will take you. So all this information contained in the wireframing process, and this is done by a UX designer. So this is our third term, interaction design. Interaction design is to create products that enable the users to achieve their objective. For example, you have created your own portfolio and hosted it somewhere. So, and I want to see your resume on that portfolio. So, my goal is to download that resume from your portfolio website. So, it has to be completed. So, this has to be taken. So, this has to be completed by the UX designer. How a user can easily download a resume from your portfolio. Next thing we have prototypes. So prototypes are the dummy of the final product. The as you can here see, all the wireframing is done and all the frames are already ready. And our next term is research and analytics. In research, basically a UX designer will do, he will take feedbacks from its user, how they can improve their app. As here you can see, user will always find a way to break things. Okay. So next up we have UI designing. So the key concepts are colors, typography, text hierarchy, iconography, mockups, fonts. Let's cover them one by one. First, we have colors. So whenever you are working in a team of a UI designers, so you have to keep in mind that you use accurate colors provided by the branding guidelines, and or you can use these colors as shown into this wheel, such as the green color is used for more amazement, the yellow color is used for more trust. But if you are provided with any branding guideline, then you have to follow that only. Okay, so next we have typography. So you have to follow an hierarchy provided, like you have different font style for the headings, then you have subtitle, you have to use that guidelines. Okay, here also you can see in the first app, we cannot see the difference between the headline and the subtitle. So you have to properly format text. Talking about the iconography and illustrations, you have to follow the consistency. As if you are using the properly filled icon, then you have to use that one only. Do not mix up with the normal icons. And what are mockups? Mockups are basically the full-fledged representation of design or device. Let's say you completed your design and now you want to show your client that how it will finally look on any device or screen. So you will use mockup for that. Then we have fonts. As here you can see the middle text look more positive and the last one looks more negative. So you have, because font evoke emotions and they also have personality, so you have to use fonts very effectively. Here, which one seems more happier to you? Definitely the second one. Here, the first one seems more confident. Now we are going to talk about which tools do UI UX designers use basically. Okay, so the most used designing tool is Figma, as you all know. Then we have Sketch. This is for macOS only. Sketch and Principal is for macOS only. You can use Adobe XD, Photoshop, Adobe Illustrator, InDesign, and GIMP. If you are a Linux user, then you should already know about GIMP. It is an open source tool. So now we are going to talk about the career scope of if you are a UI or UX designer. So according to the stats of UX Gorilla, you can say in the south side we have Bengaluru, Chennai, Hyderabad. These are some places where the most job occurs for UI and UX designer, and there is in north side we have Delhi, Gurugram, etc. As of now, Gurgaon and Bengaluru are some of the top cities generating proper UI UX jobs. As here you can see that 10% of the jobs are mostly 20 to 25 LPA having. This is a really great salary for a UX designer. Now, you are mostly going to ask this question, how and where I can learn UI design. So for learning UI design, you can join communities like People Who Design. You can start reading blogs on Medium from UX Collective, Design Foundation. You can start building up your portfolio on Behance or Dribble if you are a UI UX designer. You can also take some inspirations from Behance awards, and you can try out some UI designing tools and do some experiments on it. You can also create your own portfolio. Okay, so now I am going to give you a quick demo of Adobe XD. This is a UI designing tool, and now I will show you. So on the left side here, you can see this is the toolbar having all the tools. First, this is the rectangle tool. This is the select tool. This is the rectangle tool, ellipse tool, triangle, line. This is pen. This is text, and this is for the artboards. This is, you all know, this is the zoom in tool. And right now I have selected a artboard, and let's name it as design screen. Okay. So here you can edit your artboard. You can fill any color to it. Right now I'm going with this default white color. Now I will show you how you can create a card. So here You can select this rectangle shape. To move this whole screen, you can just press spacebar and then move it with your mouse like this. And if you want to move this artboard, you can hold it, drag it from here. Okay. So now I am giving it some border radius. From here, you can give it border radius, let's say 25 to all the sides. If you want to give border radius from any specific side, then you can use this feature. And I am removing border right now. Just add some color. Okay, so this is looking cool. Add some shadow to it from this. If you are setting up the value of x and y axis to, let's say, 10, then double the blur size. So right now I'm going with 20. So it looks really amazing. Here you can see this is the first card. And to copy this card, you can just press Alt and drag this card with your mouse. And you can create multiple copies from this. So these are some of the shortcuts while using designing tool. Figma is also similar tool, but Adobe XD can also work offline. So I prefer this one. Okay, so now I will show you how you can create some shapes. Like I want to create a moon. Okay, so this is a circle and just press Alt and create a copy. So this is a copy of the circle. Oops, I think something went wrong. Okay, what is that? So now just place it over here. Now select both the shapes and just go to subtract. From here you can subtract the shapes. Here it is. So this is our moon. Although it is looking very weird right now. Okay, so using this you can create your own shapes, whichever you want. So right now I want to show you how you can create components. For that I am going to select uh, some other screen. Like for selecting different screens, you can use the shortcut. Just press A on your keyboard, and now you have all the displays over here, like icon. So I am using this icon artboard. Now I will place a button over here. Let's create a button with this rectangle. So we have this over here. I'm going to give it some border radius. Okay. Add some text into it. Okay. So first I will show you how to create component. Right now I am typing a text over here, which is home. And let's do this is home. And you have to click over here, create component, and it will create a component for this. And now I want to add some states. So for first state is about state. And about it will show here about. And next component and next stage is uh, contact. Okay. Here also you can change this to contact. Okay, it is done. So now if you want to make copies of this text, just press Alt and grab it from here. Now we have three components, and now I can change it from here. Like I want it to go back on the default stage. So it will show home. So first one is going to be home, second one is about, last one is the third state, which is contact. You can change it anytime. Okay, so this is the concept of components. Now I'm going to show you how you can create some beautiful UI screens. So here I will show you how you can import some other images into this. You can press Control, Shift, and I on your keyboard to import anything. I am importing this image. Okay, so I will show you how you can create this screen using UI design tool. So first, I have to create this circle, and then I will create this circle at the bottom. So let's select the circle shape. First, remove this rectangle from here, and I want to delete this artboard. No use for it. So place it over here. You can expand it from here. Okay, like this. Now you can add color into it. You can select this fill option and this dropper. You can use this color picker, dropper, whatever you can say. I'm using this color. Okay, cool. Just create a copy of this circle, and now we have to rotate it a little bit. There we go. Okay. So now we have to create this line over here. Okay, let me zoom it a little bit for you. I think this is not visible. Okay, now it is perfect. Now we have to create this line. So how we can create this line? We have to select this pen tool. So first click here a little bit here. Okay. Then we will go here. You just have to point out, and then I will show you how you can curve these lines. And then here. Okay. Now you can press escape on your keyboard. Now what you have to do, you have to point out these points and just double click on it. It will make it curve automatically, or you can set this by here. Okay, just double click and it is done. So now I am increasing the size of the border, make it 2, and this is totally black. Okay, so now we have to add this logo over here, which is something like this. We have to first create a rectangle, then rotate it a little bit, or you can use pen tool to create this. Drag this line over here. Okay, so this is perfect. So now I'm going to fill this with black color and giving it some border radius of, I think, 2, no, 5. Okay. Now we have to create a text letter which is small t and then a dot. Make it a little bold, semi-bold. Okay, now drag this into this rectangle shape. Fill white color to it. So this is not going to be perfect right now because this is a quick tutorial, but I think it's looking almost same. Fill background color using this dropper. And here we go. So right now we have to add text over here. It is convenient and productive task manager. If you are using this text tool like this, so it will paste all the elements into a single line. But if you want that it automatically shift this, so then you can do one thing. Let me copy this and I'm going to delete this. Here you can select the text and you can create a box over here like this. I want my text to be inside this rectangle only. Now paste it. It will automatically adjust all your font into it, text basically. Okay, so give it the black color and increase the size of the font. You can use your cursor just to increase the size. Let's make it 40, maybe 36. Okay, so this is looking, just drag it a little bit down. It is done. Now you can add another text space over here, and now I'm going to show you how you can add a button. First select rectangle shape, then drag it. If you want to center this, just move this rectangle with your mouse. It will automatically show up all the lines and spaces. Give it some border radius. Here I am giving it 15 and give it a color black. Now here I'm going to add some text, which is get started. Okay, now it is visible because it was in black color. That's why it was not visible. Drag it in the center.
Oh, sorry guys, there is a bit interruption in the internet. Thank you, Nand, for the great session on the UI. I hope our audience had a great day with the varieties of technologies.
Yeah, so that's a wrap up for today. If you have any queries, ask our speakers on Discord server. And also, if you want any questions to put on Twitter, then use hashtag AskDevMela. Okay.
Also, we have gaming night today at 8 p.m. on the Discord server. So please don't miss it. Do join our Discord channel.
Yeah. And I would also like to thank our partners Tech Mahindra Smart Academy for Digital Technologies and Hack Club CGC.
And I would like to take this opportunity to thanks to all the amazing and energetic audience, speakers, and the entire team. See you all tomorrow with another set of flavors. So stay tuned and get your taste buds ready.
Bye bye. Take care.
Bye everyone.